record this, and I'm sharing my screen. I have recorded classes before, and I'm saying, oh yes, I'm recording, but I'm not sharing my screen. So I just see all the boxes with people in them. So you see a blank screen for 3 hours, or do you see my desktop for 3 hours? So anyway, I will go through, I'm going to put this away, and I will go through the handout first. And then I'm going to, the big advantage of live classes is I have all this stuff to show you. I'll pass it around. Eileen's in one of my regular, my weekly classes, so she's seen some of this before, and she's actually, I don't know if you've done it before, but anyway, this is, let's go back. I gave you a bunch of reference, and a lot of it, some of it we're not going to paint today, but we are going to do 4 paintings. And no worries, I don't care, and you should not care whether they turn out or not. I would much rather have you push them to find out where the edge is, which I did. I made a whole movie of a terrible painting because I kept painting.
Well, you don't have a terrible painting, in my opinion.
I should have quit halfway through. And I'll show you some examples. Let's see. So this is, if anybody didn't know the backstory, there's a person in British Columbia on the island about halfway up. You probably don't remember it, but about 3 or 4 months ago, her whole town burned down.
Oh, wow.
During wildfires, and she was, her house was wiped out, her studio and anything. Anyway, I got the classes together, and we sent her a care package of stuff that we bought, that we had to have, that we've never used.
Oh, that was nice.
Anyway, this this is her shot. This is where she's her RV survived. So this is a shot from the parking lot or whatever, and I took this as an example, and we're going to paint the same painting 4 times. Is it 4 times? Yes. We're going to paint the same painting 4 times. And so that's the reference for that. This is what I asked you to bring. These are examples of the acrylic ink, which I'm excited about because it gives me textures which I don't have to see. If you want to turn around for a second. So this is the first one I ever did with acrylic ink, and it's done quite differently because I painted it with the ink dropper and a spray bottle. Wow. And then brush. This is the same thing, this is the same thing, and this is the same thing, which I'll pass around. So this is a combination of, this is salt on here. I keep forgetting to use salt. This is where I actually used the eyedropper and went like that. And the same here, and then I spray it, and it starts to do all that. That's some of the cool, the blue in there, and the blue and the brown together gives me a neutral. It can be warm bias or cool bias, doesn't make any difference, but the blue and the brown, the warm and the cool give a great neutral. And this is some of the white ink while it's still wet.
Oh, okay.
So see how it forms all this texture? I'll pass this around and just.
White ink meaning white acrylic ink?
Yeah, that's what the white ink is for.
Oh, okay, they're not like the Dr. Martin, right?
No, not the Dr. Martens. Anyway, you can look at that close. You can feel it. You can see the salt on
Yes, those
there.
are all acrylic.
I don't have them. I need to buy some.
That's why I want to come me, I can borrow his stuff. I don't have until I buy some.
Anyway, so that's one way to paint. And this is just reference. That's reference, that's reference. We're gonna paint this one too.
Oh,
Okay.
wow,
We're
I
gonna
like
paint
that.
something like that. And that's more reference. So anyway, that's the handout. And this is what I actually did for the Zoom workshop. This was the warm-up.
Oh, wow,
Oh,
that's pretty.
dear,
Is
yeah.
that the granulating medium you use?
No,
Oh.
no,
Okay.
that's salt.
Maybe though.
That's
Oh,
salt
salt.
right there. And the salt makes little dams that the ink runs around. That's how you get that texture,
Okay.
which I didn't know about.
Is that ink or watercolor?
That's, I started off, this brown color is I wet the paper with watercolor.
Oh, okay.
And then I put the ink on top of that.
Okay.
And then I salted it. And this was all painted from the, this basically is the ink right here and the ink right here with this as an underpainting. And this is the salt, and you can see some of the textures you can get. And this is just gouache because I put some trees in. I made it instead of a blob. I put some trees in and made a little waterfall. So it was
So
just,
that's gouache, but this one is acrylic ink, the white. I'm talking about a two different kind.
this is up here. This is gouache
Okay.
at the end.
Oh,
You
okay.
can use anything. You can use pastel. You can use,
But wouldn't they be different?
I'm sorry?
Wouldn't they be completely different? I mean, if it's pastel versus your acrylic ink.
It's all water media. It's whatever it takes to make it work.
Pastel is water?
What?
Is pastel water medium? Oh, I thought pastel is like.
No,
powder.
pastel's not water media, but I'm saying the ink and the gouache and the watercolor are all water based. So you can use other outside influences. You can use pastel over it. For example, I got a white pastel pencil for what that is.
That's what you're
For
asking.
those
to buy.
waves, yeah. So anyway, that's, we'll do a little warm up first, which is just fun.
It's exciting.
And so that's based on this. This is one I just found. We're not going to do this one, but that's just, we're painting mountains. So I just found that one, but that's limited to 2 colors. I think that was either purple and orange or purple and Payne's gray. I'm not sure. Anyway, I was just showing you what you could do with, see this dry brush stroke right here. It's very effective for sparkly water and mountain texture. So we'll do that one. We won't do that one, but we'll do this one, which is basically the same kind of thing. We're going to be doing the same drawing every time, except I just laid down this yellow, pink, purpley, blue wash, and then I painted light to dark. And then I let this all dry, and then I painted this dark sky. I wet this whole area and then just started dropping color in. And this is one of the ones where it's going to be 5 or 6 techniques. This is where we're going to use the wax. These guys, some of these guys in here, these guys right here, this over here, this here, these cracks, they were all done with wax before we painted. And I'll show you how to do that. So it's just a wax resist. And then there was salt. And this salt went light, I think because it was a little drier. This salt stayed dark because it was wetter. And there's some gouache, flicking of gouache here. And we also use plastic wrap down here and scraping or the palette knife. This is another demo that I did. When did I do that? That was a warm-up demo. Same thing. I think that was after the first one. I'm going to kind of model this when we won't do the warm-up. I'm going to kind of model it on this one. because it'll get you more comfortable with painting with ink dropper. And a mister, not a spray bottle. Anyway, I made something out of nothing. And I had a little leak right here that blew up into the sky. So it made some distant mountains, which are kind of cool. This was salt. This was the acrylic ink. This was just paper. And then, of course, I had to put some, I think that's a pig and that's a dog and that's a deer, whatever they
Yeah,
are, whatever they are, something live down there. And the one that I'll just pass it around. So anyway, I have, let me bring this up. This is what I took for the, this is what I took for the mountains. And I broke this down into black and white. You guys all know I do that. It's the Noton version of it. And so this is what I made out of it. So I went from that to that. So now I see all my shapes. I see my dark midtones. I see my light midtones. I decided to add a sky to make that snow white. And that's a diagonal. So I made the sky go that way. And I left an opening here for your viewer to get into the picture. And so this is the basic drawing that I'm going to go from for all of these, because we're just learning a technique. This is that color one. It was done in about 10 minutes because we were running out of time.
Wow.
This was, that was about 20 minutes, but that was during a class or a workshop. You can feel this where the salt was. So we'll be doing something like that first. This is the one that I should have stopped halfway through because I kind of saved it, but it's not as fresh as the guys that I just showed you on the wall. And out of the bunch, I like the 5 or 6 technique. I like the 6 technique paintings the best. These are both the same painting. This is the same painting for a different class. And it's done using wax, salt, stamp, plastic wrap, palette knife, and
Oh, I like that one. Oh my gosh. The one that's on the screen right now.
yeah, this is similar. I did
The
this.
other one is more dynamic.
Yeah, I did this one first and I did that one second. So I added a little more warm up here.
Uh-huh.
And so I learned from doing it. So,
your mind is telling you what you want to do and you did it.
well, you know, you do more than one.
Which
of it.
one you like better?
You do more
For
than
me,
one
it
of
looks
anything.
really the same other than that's warm, yeah.
Anyway,
I guess that's a
so
personality, you know,
Yeah,
you look
yeah.
at them both together, that's when.
just leave this guy up there. I'll put this guy over here. For now. There we go. Anyway, so that's the advantage kind of a hands-on, you can pick it up, feel it, look at it close, do all the other stuff. So I'm going to use, I'm going to try this Fabriano paper, and I'm just going to, I think, pretty sure this is in your handout, but I will put it up on screen if I can find it.
Okay, here we go.
Thanks.
Let me see. Look at all this stuff I gathered trying to figure this stuff out. Oh, by the way, this is the shot that she gave me.
Okay.
anyway, so I was, so right away under the guise of, before you paint, add, subtract, figure, smaller, move, flip, tilt, all those things. So anyway, I just took this, this painting right here. I did not want to paint the water. I thought that was taking away from the mountains. So I basically made it a landscape painting or orientation. And what I'm trying to find is the Newton version of that to put up. Oh, here, maybe this is it. Didn't want to open Illustrator. Anyway, I'll find it. No. 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 I'm just going to put, I'm going to put this guy up there. So I'm pretty sure that was part of the handout, but, and I'll put that up there for reference because we're going to be drawing this all the time anyway.
Yeah, you got it right here on the handout.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Okay, I'll use that. I already have that, so I'll use that. And it doesn't have to be drawn exactly. So let me do one more thing. And you guys all have your water, correct?
I
Can I
did.
borrow your spray bottle sometime?
When are you gonna get your spray bottle?
I have it on the desk where I'm zooming
Oh.
with you every Friday.
Yeah, one of
And
these.
yes, that's why I said, I come here, I get the best idea, like what is the best spray bottle?
Yeah,
I
I
have
learned that
mine.
from the class. This is so
Wait,
wonderful.
Where do you get it?
I got it, Joe, where did you tell me? Oh, there was somebody in class had it, and then yeah, I was looking for that. They say, get this. Because it's more economically
good.
sensitive.
Oh, okay,
So
that's
I'm
fine.
gonna
I just
try to
want
get
something
hers.
that makes a mist
Yeah,
and not a spray.
Yeah.
this one continues.
See, this
So
is,
where
yeah,
do you get it?
this is
Online
a,
or
this
you
is a
get
Yeah,
it?
spray.
you could do it online. It's.
Can I
This
go
is
to
a
a
spray
store?
bottle. If you
Yeah,
guys want to use
I
my mister,
remember
because
one
this
of the
is,
store has it.
this is important.
Where do you look? At this?
Here?
That's
Well,
what
it's,
you-
it,
yeah,
this
I
is a
got it
spray
around
bottle.
here.
It's bigger
Okay,
drops.
If you think about it, let me know.
This is, this is called a fine mist water sprayer. It's really, to me, kind of an atomizer.
Okay.
Economically sensitive.
I know, but you're gonna have to control that. You
Yeah.
can't-
No, you don't. You just push it in.
Where did you get
No,
this, Joe? I
I
have to
know,
go
but
online?
you don't
Let me
need
just look at it.
it to keep going.
You see, then it won't keep going.
Okay, cool.
Let me look at the label online.
Yeah, I sent you guys,
Excellent.
I sent you the link.
Yeah, learning from other students, because they've been painting for a long time and you just find the best tools.
Where's the other guys? Oh, there they are. I'm gonna take this guy, and I'm not gonna try to draw anything on here. I'm just gonna try to follow my reference. And I don't have to do that very well. I'm gonna kind of follow this, and I'm gonna make a chunk chunk. Maybe I'll make a, you'll see what I do. Anyway. So let's try that one first, and I am using, I'm gonna use my acrylic ink, and I'm gonna shake them up before I use them.
Okay. What color? I've only got two.
I'm gonna use all of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I only
may
got
I
two, so
borrow
it's
yours
okay.
until I get some?
Oh,
I-
acrylic ink?
I haven't used it yet.
Okay. Well, let me make the mark, let me do this first. And I just want you to get the feel of it.
Do you want us to work along or do you want us to watch?
Well, I want you to watch me first.
Yes.
Otherwise you won't know. what to do. This is, this is different than painting, straight watercolor, because you're all comfortable with that, you know, you can control it. This one is out of control. Kind of, sort of. So I'm gonna shake up I'm gonna have this handy, and I'm gonna have my salt handy. And I'm not gonna use Mr. Gravity yet. I want this closer to me because I want to be able to see it so I don't overwork it again. And here's kind of my reference, but don't worry too much about this. So here's my blue. Here's my blue ink, and I'm going to give each one of you a palette.
Yeah, I was trying to decide whether I should get the paper plate or the.
I'll show
Plastic
you how I'll show you how I use this.
Yeah, I have this thing at home too. Yeah, that's good.
Because I'm not going to use it yet. But first of all I want to do is I want to make just like this. Just like, by the way, do not forget to put your caps back on your ink bottle. See this stroke down here and see this stroke right here.
Yes.
That's all I'm trying to do. And I'm going to do that with my dropper. In fact, let me take this off just in case. And this is consider this whole day. This is a lab. So I want you to try stuff. I don't want you to fret. I don't want you to fiddle. I just want you to try stuff. That's the only way you're going to learn. Oh, by the way, I have a great, I'm borrowing this. I read this someplace. So we all worry about, we all have a drawer full of stuff that isn't finished yet because it didn't live up to our vision. Anyway, and this applies to anything. To make diamonds, you got to make a lot of coal. So I got a lot of coal in there. I got a lot of coal sitting over there. I've got a few diamonds. If I could repeat that consistently, fine. But every so often, magic happens. Anyway, so this is just, I haven't seen anybody else do this. Make sure you've got some ink in your dropper. And I'm going to kind of try to follow this. I'm going to say, okay, I've got this. And then I've got this. So there we go. So I made,
That's the brown.
no, that's my blue.
Oh, that's your blue.
Yeah, you don't know yet. So anyway, I'm just doing that. And now I want to take the spray bottle. I want to start gently. I'm going to start and I'm going to start melting some of this. And I want to stay on the inside of it. See? See how this is starting to paint itself? I want to leave this white down here. I want to make it look mountainy. And I don't want to overdo it. That's pretty cool. I like what's happening there. And I'm going to have a paper towel handy.
Yeah, that's important.
Several. I have several paper towels handy. So I'm going to mop up some of this. I'll run some of that off. I'm going to let some of it kind of drip. And this is where I add the salt. So we're that far. So that's pretty cool. I think that's a pretty cool technique. I'm going to put some Mr. Gravity under there. So if you want to start there, here's the blue.
It's the blue.
Yeah, I'm using indigo and sepia or whatever else I have
Can I just
here.
borrow this for 1 minute?
Yep. The spray bottle is pretty important because you saw how I could control it. I didn't blow up the whole line, did I? I just stayed inside of that. Just be artful. Don't try to copy. Just say, just look at it in your head. Just look at it in your head and then just make a couple of strokes. You know, while that is cooking, and that's kind of what it is, I'm going to make another, I'm going to use my sepia now. I'm going to let some of this mix together. Kind of cool. And some of that salt is going to help it. And I'm going to move this around with my brush a little bit. Here's some brown. See, that's the issue. Yeah, trying to stay within side of that line.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm concerned about the control for that guy. I'm going to make some negative trees here, try to. Ooh, look at that. And while I'm doing this, I have this crappy Home Depot brush, which you're more than willing to borrow. Look at that. While this is still wet, look what I can do. I'm going to put some trees on the tops of these hills. And I can make some little other marks here. I don't want to do too much. I just want to pull some of that up. Look at that. Starting to look like a little landscape, isn't it?
Mhm.
Use this bottle. Use this bottle. Where's my
Are you
Oh,
trying to?
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So this is good for something, but not for all of them.
Well, I don't think it's as controllable. Is this wet?
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna try yours, but I
Uh-huh.
think it might
Okay,
fail.
I'm gonna try to stay within
Within the, okay.
see, I got a little spray, but I melted that.
Mhm. Wow, just got that then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Maybe it is good for bigger. leaves.
See, I've already got a painting going here. Don't I?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna use a little of my white now while
Yeah,
this is
Susie,
still
see,
damp and
this
while
is
it
a little too big for the.
has all the salt in it. I'm going to
But it's beautiful.
just
It's a
dribble.
You could borrow anytime,
I
okay?
know. It's different effect.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
From this one.
I just dribbled some white in there just to see what would happen. That's kind of cool. I kind of like that. And I'm going to splay this. I'm going to use this brush again and try to get some little. I'm not sure that I like those, so I'm just going to blot those back. I think that brush might be too big for what I'm trying to do. Let's see if I've got a smaller, crappier brush. I probably have a smaller, crappy acrylic brush. Maybe. And the strokes on this is less is a lot more. I'm gonna drip some more ink, this white ink. Let it kind of drift down in here. I'm gonna draw with this too. There, I'm drawing with that.
Can I borrow your white
Yep,
acrylic ink just to try out this time?
yep.
Where did you put your white?
You guys can share. Oh, right,
Thank you.
where, right here.
Okay.
I'll just see what happens. I don't know what's gonna happen. Anyway, but I kind of like what's going on here.
I must have missed a stroke. Where did you put the white in?
Last, after the brown,
Where?
right here.
Your brush you use for what color? Just.
Oh, I didn't use a brush. I've been using the eyedropper for everything except when I did the crappy brush. And I did manipulate some of that paint a little bit. I made those trees with my brush.
Oh, with your brush. Okay.
Yeah. I just, I use a combination of all three, depending on what I'm trying to do. And I can also use this, my palette knife. So now I can, oh, look at that. That's kind of cool. Yeah, so now I'm kind of smearing this around a little bit. That looks a little bit more believable instead of just a drop of white paint. Oh, I had a smaller one. I didn't know that. I had a smaller crappy brush. That's what I was looking for. You see how I can make a landscape out of just those two colors? Warm
Yeah.
comes forward, cool recedes. That's why the ink is kind of important, but it's not totally. And remember that you are using acrylic ink, so it will ruin your watercolor brush if you let it
Yes, that's what
dry.
I'm doing right
You're using acrylic. So make sure you keep it wet.
now.
Make sure you clean it out if you've been brushing around into the acrylic ink at all. Great. Less strokes. This is really one of these where you have to let the watercolor paint itself. I know we're not used to doing that, but this is one of those times where just and paint the whole painting at one time. And I'm going to do the sky, but I'm going to do it as a neutral. And I might even leave another mountain range somewhere over there. I don't know. Anyway, I very much like what's happening here because I couldn't paint that. It's painting it. It's painting it. That's giving you lots of stuff.
Yeah.
That you couldn't do by yourself. I can't do it by myself. I can get it started and let it paint itself.
Let it paint.
Huh?
I just said, when you say let it paint itself, but you just have.
Well, yeah, when I go through and I make some touches, I'm not gonna try to go around and paint a mountain. I'm gonna let the mountain paint itself.
Okay.
I'm gonna let the trees paint themselves. And that's, this is very effective for landscapes especially. You could do it with anything. If you've been doing it for a while, I could do it with still life, or I could do it with well, that would be a landscape. I guess you could do it with yeah, you're doing okay. So are you using your toothbrush? Okay. You can go back and you can
Go ahead.
oh, are you trying to squirt with this?
No, because I put it in here.
Oh, okay.
No.
You should be,
I
yeah,
don't have a dropper for that.
here. While that's still wet, try this. See, I would use that to refill this.
Okay.
That's much easier. There you go, you got it. So maybe you want to just scrape out so there are white birches there if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying.
I do not have a mister, so it's a little out of control with that, but it worked.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No, it wasn't too bad.
Anyway,
Okay, now we
just
have
here, this is what I'm gonna do. I left some vertical strokes here. But I could go back. I don't think this is wet enough. I could go back. See, I made a little tree. See how I make a little tree? So I add a little something more than what's expected. So there I just defined that. I just added a little interest. That's always my key. Am I adding interest? Oh. I'm going to just get this working a little bit more. I'm just going to mist it. Just see how I misted that. You didn't even see I did it. See, I just melted that a little bit. And I can still paint with this. I'm painting with this, and I'm painting with this, and I'm painting with this, and I'm painting with this. So I'm painting with everything. I'm painting with all those brushes. And I see I have some, I don't know why this always happens in workshops.
You know, that's what happened.
Isn't it?
I mean-
It happens at the most silly times.
But what I did with this morning was I changed it before I came.
Oh, I keep them everywhere. I keep them
Me
in the
too.
car. I keep them here. I keep them.
I carry it with me because it just sometimes when you, yeah,
My for those of you listening, my hearing aid battery went out.
Okay.
So now it
Haven't
makes
got there yet,
now it
but it
makes
will get me
sense.
prepared.
I remember being in the car for about a 2-hour car ride, driving to Orange County or something, and it went out, and I didn't have any in the car, and I said, I am not going to sit here and listen to that toot, 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 which repeats itself like every 3 minutes or something.
thank goodness Costco has it. So I just stop by and.
Oh,
and
that's
I
a
would-
good advice. See,
Huh?
we got Costco everywhere.
I don't know about everywhere, the ones around here. Batteries, so.
Anyway, just have fun putzing with those. Push it. Put another line on there. Put another whatever. So you just get used to the paper painting itself. I'm gonna melt this little area right here. I'm just gonna just a little spray right there, and I'm gonna use who's got my blue?
I got you. I think what no, I have. I got your sepia.
You got my sepia, so then I must have the blue. I just melted that area, so I'm going to just do a little. And once again, if I don't like this, I'm going to, I want those little lines. Oh, look at those delicate little lines I'm putting in there. That's kind of cool. And I actually kind of like that, but I'm gonna just whiff it, because I want that to just in, and then I'm gonna let it go drift down this way.
How you doing back there, Paula?
She's having
I'm
fun.
having fun.
Look at that.
She's letting it paint itself. That's
It-
what
it-
Joe had asked us to, just
That's
let
what I
loose.
do. It's painting itself.
It did. This just painted itself. That's pretty cool. I love doing this. And all this stuff, all this texture in here. I'm gonna put some more salt in there just for fun, just to see what happens. All this stuff, we're painting it this size. I'm gonna blow it up to that size. Just think how effective that would be.
Oh, wow.
That would be fabulous.
Yeah. Anyway, now I could make an orange tree in here, or a gamboge tree, and so that would be aspens. If I wanted to, when I was all done. I'm just thinking out loud.
May I borrow your blue?
You can borrow anything that I have up here. Anyway, I'm liking this a lot.
I'm gonna grab your salt.
Yep, here.
Got it on my list. Hold on.
Oh, you have the brown. Did you try drawing with it?
I did.
Yeah, and
That's,
good. It's
Yeah.
much better.
yeah,
Yeah. Now you have some volume.
Yeah.
And now you can, I could have sprinkled, not sprayed, not misted, but I could have sprinkled first
okay,
on the white paper.
okay.
And then I could have drawn that line. And
Oh.
guess what would have happened? Some of it would blow up, some
Yeah.
of it wouldn't.
Yeah.
Try that. I'm gonna try that right along the bottom here. Maybe not. I'll do it on another piece of paper. So anyway, we're this far into this guy. I'm gonna leave this on. So what would happen if I would have sprinkled this paper with water? I'm just spitting. I could spatter this paper with water, but right now I'm just spitting. I hope you can kind of see
Is
that.
a different sprayer, the index one?
Yeah, this is a
Try it?
sprayer. It's not a mister.
Yeah, I'm gonna try it.
So anyway, so I just put some water on there. So let's see what happens when we make a mark with this one. Look at the difference in the line. Look how the line blows up. That's pretty cool.
It is.
Look at, now I'm getting that kind of line. And now I can go back and I can start melting some of that. Look at that start to paint itself.
With the misters.
So that's starting to paint, that's starting to make its
Yeah,
own.
this one get too much big.
No, that's what I want.
Oh, that's, you want the big drop. Okay.
Well, look what I did. Did you see what I did?
Didn't see it until I come close and you got the drop.
See those big drops on there?
Yeah, that's
put
what
the-
I got, and then
Yeah.
I wipe it out. I mean, that's stupid. Yeah.
Well, just be patient.
Okay. All right.
Anyway, I
I'm not
put the
doing
big
something
drops
right.
on there and then I made a line.
Oh,
See, I made a line that.
okay, now I know what you're doing. Okay. We should watch first.
Oh, God.
I'm only doing one.
Oh, look at that. I'm gonna have a countryside there. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna salt this guy up. Look at that. That just paints itself amazing. Here, I'm gonna put
The
these,
blue.
I'm gonna put these guys right here. That's the blue
Mhm,
and that's the brown.
mhm.
I don't know what that's gonna be, but I kind of like where it's gone so far. So maybe there's a few little trees over there. Maybe a couple. This brush is really too big. Oh, look what happened. I just, look at the paint itself because I shook it around. Love it.
Turning your meeting.
Making a little landscape, isn't it?
Experiment.
Huh?
I just say, this is the experiment. Let's see.
Yeah,
what
it's
we're
supposed to
gonna come
be,
up with.
supposed to be an experiment.
Now, that's how you make those trees.
Just touch. Hey, this is Mammoth, huh?
Mammoth? Okay.
Well, I don't know. Snow country. Kind of, sorta. Kind of, sorta. Well, maybe I'll get a nice background right here. I don't know. Anyway, I kind of like what's going on.
And I see how you leave your light at the right
Yes.
places.
Yeah, well, that's design.
Okay.
That's just pick something. It's going to tell you what to do. And while that's cooking, I'm going to let you guys play. I'll be right back. That's going to be interesting. Probably end up being nothing, but anyway, see, I'm not following my reference and I don't want to. This is playtime. It's just make something that looks like a mountain and or hills. And it's because I like winter because it's negative painting. I could do this stuff all day long. I mean, if you just had enough paper, you could not everything's going to come out, but it's just fun.
I know. Thank you for including us into your world of fun.
This is my world. I love landscapes because I don't know, they're easy,
Wow.
easier than drawing a horse. I just like being out in the boonies, so this is my in studio out in the boonies. Oh, I treated myself once a year to a pumpkin spice.
Oh.
You know,
Which,
me too.
which coffee shop is that?
Starbucks, is there
It's
one
Starbucks,
close
I
by
see.
here?
Okay.
Right up
Would
the street
be
at Vaughn's.
everywhere.
I'm sorry?
Right up the street at Vaughn's.
Oh,
It's
well,
about-
You got it.
It's about 2 blocks, 3
Uh-huh.
blocks up, it spawns.
Must be something in this acrylic paint keeps making me sneeze.
Oops. You can, for a short time, you can lift the acrylic ink or palette knife it, but once it dries, you're not gonna lift it.
oh, yeah.
It's acrylic ink. That's the reason you should keep your brushes in water. Until you have a chance to clean them. I really, 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 really like what's going on there. I'm not gonna add, well, yeah, I will. I'll push it. I'll do what I said I was gonna do. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let that seep and mingle. I want to put a drop here and let it run down. Well, I want to let that run down. Boy, I got a little bubble there. Let's break that up. Oh, that might have added a little interest to it. Just that little spot to break up that area, but I
How about
like that.
using this instead of that? Not a good idea.
Try it.
No.
Anyway, I very much like what's happening here. I don't know whether I'll use any of the brown in there or not. I just like playing with this. Maybe I'll just save that because I like where the design's going. It's okay, make a mess.
just want to see how it spray and how it flows.
Okay, yeah, while this is still wet. Shoot. Oh, I'll just wipe that up. There we go, no worries. That's leading to a river or something.
So I need to do this, right?
No, I wasn't gonna do that.
Oh,
I was not gonna do that. I want to just let this one settle. All I was gonna do is saying, this is all mid-tone.
uh-huh.
So,
Yeah.
so.
So you want it to be darker? Uh-huh.
So what if and I gotta get some more ink in here. So what if I just did that?
Ooh,
Blot that up. What if I just did this and let it run across? and-
oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, the
See,
dark
so
is
now
what
I
I
have,
learned how to
now I
do.
have some depth
Uh-huh.
to this. And I can just put in a few little scratch marks. And see, so that's almost painting itself
Yeah.
into. See, it's just the difference in the depth.
Yeah.
And let that lay flat
Uh-huh.
if you want, because I kind of like that irregular edge. You can
Mm-hmm.
balance that off someplace else. You can put a little see, I made some little trees to fill that gap.
Mhm.
And I could actually just so that those trees aren't the lone strangers. Just touching it, just playing.
Yeah, I like how that look.
Yeah, this looks square to me, so I'm gonna disrupt it. It looked like a square. It didn't look right. Angles are fine, but the squares.
Mhm.
And then what you could do is you've got the white. Okay. Then what you could do is I'm going to put some salt in here
Mhm.
just to see what happens. And then maybe I'll just try to, again, I don't think that's going to go anyplace. I want to just see what happens if I connect those two shapes.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And these two shapes are a little similar. So if I just, I'm running out of, I wanted to connect that to this visually. I'll leave a
Mhm.
little gap in there because I want your eye to be able to come up. But you see what happened with when we just took that and now we made something out of it.
Yeah,
I-
it's I mean, I just always gravitate to mid-tone and stay there.
The best part for me,
I mean,
the best part for me
you
is
got the
putting in.
dark, but you see, I always go to the mid-tone and stay there. Now now I understand.
Yeah, you could just leave that alone. I mean,
Okay.
you could say, okay, this is my contemporary landscape of mountains. That's all it is. And you definitely want to keep it simple. Less is more, all the other stuff that you've heard 1,000 times. So now I'm going to put in a neutral sky, and that's what your plate is for. I'm spending much more time on this, by the way, than I did in the Zoom workshop on the acrylic ink part. The two things I really want to accomplish today are the 6 technique mountains with
The
the
6,
candle wax
okay.
and all that stuff, and what we're doing right now. See,
Uh-huh.
I love that little thing right there now.
Yeah, it's
That has a thing of all its own. Woohoo! Anyway, I want to put in a neutral sky, and I'm going to use I think that's pretty much settled. This is why I'm going to use my, what I do with my plate. Put it over here. I hit it on myself. So now I'm going to take some of that brown ink and I'm going to squirt it up here. And I'm going to take some of the blue ink. The cool and a warm is really all you need. And now I can make a neutral. So I'm going to make a neutral by just mixing the two together. So I have some water. I'm going to take a little brown. I'm going to take a little blue. That's a blue biased neutral. Here I'm getting a warm gray. Here I'm getting a more neutral gray. And so I'm going to have to decide. I'm going to blue it up a tad. And now I'm going to start with Mr. Gravity. I'm going to just take that puddle and I'm just going to go like that. And then I'm going to start adding some water. And maybe I want to make some more mountains over here. And I don't want to go too close to that blue line yet, but I think it's going to be okay. I'm just going to let that drift down. So now I've got kind of I've got a sky. I've filled that area in. I've got something going on there. In fact, I think while I'm doing that, I think I'm going to try to do this.
What blue is that? Is that watercolor?
No, it's my blue. It's my blue. You saw me mix.
Yeah, these are the ones, right?
Yeah, those are, I'm using the same ones. So you see how that added more depth to it?
Yes.
So in fact, I think I'm going to take a little bit of that. Where's the light coming from? Kind of the top. I'm going to smooch that in. And the bottom of this, I'll wait for the bottom, but you see how I got that neutral by mixing the two together?
Yes.
Okay.
I
In
saw
fact, what I
that.
think I'm going to do is take that neutral, take this neutral from the brown and the blue. There's another neutral. And I'm going to use the side of my brush and I'm just going to draw it along. So now I've got that, let's see, I think I want some more texture there, and I'm going to wash this out at the bottom. And then I'm going to actually just wipe it with a towel because I want it to be a little bit lighter. And now I can put a few little grasses in there. I'm going to weight it on this side. I'm going to use a little more brown. Make it a little more brown-ish. And let's see what happens if I just do that. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. So now I've got kind of a little landscape going, right? I think. And to complement, excuse me, maybe I need a little more dark in here someplace. And take this. In fact, I'm gonna take this and put it on my palette knife and just go see if I can get something on there. Oh, perfect. Yeah, look at that. I added some interest to that bottom part. And I think I'm going to try to connect it. And I think that's too dark, so I'm going to put a little white over it. I'm using the acrylic ink again, and I can just break that up. Like that. Looks like a landscape. Anyway, that's my palette. So I put in the sky. I put in something going on down here. Not much, because actually the most contrast is right in here. And I think I'm going to use a little gouache after the fact. In fact, let's see. Should I do that? Shouldn't I do that? Let me try this. I'm going to take a little, the Dr. Martens, and just do a little touch up there. It's kind of the light side of the mountain. And now I could go back and I could put some real trees in there. This is a perfect spot right here for a gamboge colored aspen. I could put some aspen trees in there. There we go.
You borrow your Dr. Martin.
Okay. I'm going to send you a supply list.
No. I have it at home.
Oh.
Totally. This is the most important and the spray bottle. Those two I forgot. It's on my
Oh,
desk
okay.
where I use every Friday.
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay, then I'm going to give you a piece of string.
When I come to the workshop, I have to start collecting things. Yes.
Let me see if I can sharpen that up. The focus is going out again. There we go. That's sharper. I don't know why it goes out, but what the heck. I think I'm going to just lay this flat now. Let me see it a little bit better. Anyway, so this was just this was kind of just playtime. I'm sorry.
This demonstrates why we love this so much.
And yes, I do. And I could put a real tree right here and see what happens. I can always cover it up. I always have gouache available, right? Let me see if I can mix up. I'm going to make this a bluer tree. Let me put a tree right through here. Yeah, I think I'm going to make it a tree.
No.
Oh, scraggly little tree, isn't it?
You're
Yes,
using ink?
I'm using, yeah,
Yes, yeah,
I mean,
okay.
I'm using my palette.
Okay.
Let that go on down a little bit. And that's still wet right there, so it's blurring out, but that's okay. Anyway, that tree makes everything else kind of sort of real. But I think I will put another little one just so it's not by itself. There's another little tree, and I'm going to put one way in the background back here. Just so it's not by itself. There we go. And when that's dry, I'm going to lighten that up. So anyway, that's kind of a location kind of thing. In fact, I think I'll just blot this. There we go. Oh, I like blotting it. Look at that. That's kind of cool. I could actually, now that I blotted it, just extend that up and make it darker, which I think I'll do. Make sure that that's dry. Make sure I've got enough dark paint. That looks like it's more believable and connects to me. It's only to me. I have some salty salt in the sky, so that means that I have some little clouds or something.
That's what I have.
Yep,
That is after you brush off the salt, right?
yep.
Do you do that or you leave it on your finger?
I'm gonna dip my brush in the white, and I'm just gonna touch it to the side. And I'm gonna put a few little trees back here. Just to give it some depth. That made a tree all by itself right there. So it's kind of interesting. There we go. That kind of connects across there a little bit more. And maybe last thing I'm going to do is just do a few little trees on this snow-covered hill over here. There we go. Make sure you wash your brushes. Anyway, I think I'm done with this guy. I think I've got enough paint on here. I think I've kept it simple enough. I didn't overwork it. I might go back and do a couple of things, but I like what I just did to finish it off. Just those little things, just those little white trees, that tree in the front. I like it. And that's all I care about, is if I like it. There's one. Still wet right here. That's going to take a while for that one to dry, but at least I can kind of see what I have. There we go. Something on or nothing. I could put an eagle up there. I could put some moo cows. I could do whatever I wanted to do. There's my palette. How we do?
Sorry.
Well, that's okay. No, you're okay. Do you have your ink? That's the
That's a blue.
indigo. Okay, I'm going to, can I?
Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna take, while this is still wet, I'm gonna take one side of this. Where's the light coming from? That's a thing to consider. So I'm going to, make some more drama. Just make that into something weird. Use my mister. I'm just used to it. That's all. Catch it right away. See, to me now it's starting to have some
That
drama.
is too much fun, Bill. To have
Drama.
some drama now.
Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna let some of this just go there, seep down. And maybe what I would do is, where's the salt?
I have salt right here.
Oh, here, let me just sprinkle some. Want this to be wobbly, so I'm going to wipe it there. It's not up to distance. See how that dries out. Let's do- I'm not concerned about any of these drips or runs or any of that stuff yet. I don't know if it's time to use this, but I'm gonna try a little bit of this. Right here, and just let it drip. Just let it run down there. You'll see that it will go around those pieces of salt. See how that breaks that up? That big area. So now it's starting to,
Have some drama. It's exciting.
yeah. So it's just push it. I mean, you know what I'm
No,
saying.
I know.
Anyway,
Cool.
I'm done. I'm not gonna touch you
okay.
anymore. Yeah, because I already do and do. I mean,
Yeah. I
put
get
the
it.
white on and then put the brown back on. That's my.
I see something here that I'm going to change because I want to make a connection. I just don't want it going up. So I'm going to make the top of this tree white. And I'm going to like it better.
That I'm gonna do.
See, so that kind of looks like it has some
Yeah, it goes with the rest of the
snow on it, and it connects. Before it was just kind of
Yep.
there.
So I'm gonna borrow your Dr. Martin again.
Anyway, so it gives a different feel to this instead of just a straight watercolor because I have this calligraphy in here, which I don't like. I don't like lines usually in watercolors, but this is more of a design. Makes it more of a contemporary landscape. I have this very quiet, very simple, super contrasty, mid-tone, dark, light spot. And then I have all this stuff surrounding it. And to me, it makes it interesting. I can start here and slide down. I can slide down. I can come in from the sides. I can come in through this tree pointing me up. I can come in from the sky because it's darker at the top, gradating down. I love the way this happened back here. I trusted it to soften out. Anyway, it just makes it a different style. Let's put it that way, I think. So, and it would be interesting to just go, I gotta wash this ink off my hands. It makes it interesting. I'm so glad I just did that. It makes it more interesting to me because I could look at this many more times and imagine something, conjure up something as a viewer than if it was spelled out. And tons of landscapes that I see painted. Oh, it looks just like a photo. Oh God, that's an insult to me. So anyway, I hope this stuff makes sense.
Oh, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Okay.
But it's.
And just design wise, this is not in the middle. It's off to this side. So I balanced it with this over here. This has got a little more interest and it's still got some contrast, but that's where I'm going to look first. Just design wise. Right now, we're just playing. I don't care about design right now, but that's going to be cool.
That's just gorgeous, yes. With your touch on it, I
Well,
can tell where.
If I were you, I would see these little white trees I just put in by
Oh,
using, see, that could be just a couple little white trees.
Right there, okay.
Through there, a couple here, one there, just to break up that space, just a tad, small ones. So all I did was dip it in my, whoever has it. Oh,
I have it,
Eileen's
that's what
got-
I'm doing now.
no, here.
All the white trees.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
Yeah, probably wait until I get,
Yeah, okay, here's the white paint if you don't have any, but see, when I put that brown in, I put it in like this. And so I was making tree shapes. I was making white tree shapes, suggestion of them.
okay.
So now I actually put a few in there and it glues it all together, sort of. You're doing the aspens, yay. And the little house, and it's a sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer. Oh my God, I've got the kids at school doing these. I'll show you these. I've been doing these in class. And these are so fun and they're so simple to do. And they're just great. And you can really get creative with it. What I do with them. There they are. 3 pieces of tape, and then you can make your own cards. And
Oh
these,
my.
and we were
Yeah,
just
we had fun
experimenting
yesterday,
with
yeah.
these. This is the wax that I went back and forth with first. And you can use the Jelly Roll pen, you can use metallic ink, you can do whatever. Anyway, these were fun. Now wash that edge out. Wash the edge out with water at the bottom there. Don't make it all the same color. Leave it, wash this out. Dip your brush. Now, so this is darker up here than down there, okay? And use Mr. Gravity when you're doing that. That's enough. Did it.
Let me see here.
By the way, if anybody wants any tamales,
Yeah, it's
should probably-
already 20 minutes too.
go up there pretty soon. So that's this guy.
Yeah, are we doing anything on the other guy?
The other guy that I started.
Yeah.
I
Just
don't know if
realize it
I don't know
doesn't
if I
look
will or
like a
not.
list.
I
I
don't,
see.
I just
You might,
start.
might not. Okay, I'm gonna just continue doing whatever I like.
The only reason I started this one is to show you that I could
Because
sprinkle,
it doesn't look like anything.
that I could sprinkle first. Here's the deal. Put in the big shapes first. Just don't start scratching around looking for something.
Okay.
Put in the big shapes first, those big triangles. Or C curves or something. Anyway, I think I started with this and then I went there and then I started adding a little bit of stuff, but you can see how it's, I can't paint that. I mean, I couldn't physically paint it. Don't want that to drip too much. Still pretty wet, huh?
This bottle.
Anyway, you can kind of see what's happening. I can't tilt it. You can kind of see what's happening with all that stuff because I forgot about it. I let it go, paint itself.
Yeah, that's,
And I just left that drip go at the bottom.
Yeah,
It's just a,
really.
just a suggestion of stuff. I don't know whether I'm gonna leave this alone or do something to it or whatever, because I like abstract landscapes.
I
probably-
finally bought one of these, but I forgot to bring it. I'll have to remember.
You've
This
been,
is great.
you've been hanging
Yeah, that's
around
I
her
bought
too
one.
most
long.
wonderful thing. Most wonderful thing to cover everything up
Yeah,
to the
I
way you
bought
want.
one.
Yeah, it's very good.
Hasn't been opened yet.
Okay. Let's see. I want you guys to finish this up because, and go get your tamales or whatever. We'll take it
Yeah,
easy.
whoever needs tomorrow should go now.
Finish these up, or do something so that it dries out. And then we'll take a little lunch break and I'll show some videos. And then I want to do this one right after lunch. This guy.
Oh, wow.
And
Oh,
then,
okay.
and
This
then
is a
if
good
we
one.
have time at the end, we'll do the color one. We'll do one of these. So then you'll have a complete arsenal. And here's for your stamp for the next one.
Oh, thank you.
Here's
You
for
will
your
do the
stamp.
stamp. I never
For
done
the
it.
next one, there's
I
your
brought
stamp.
my
I'll show you how to do all that. For those of you who have not stamped before. I'm gonna have to let this dry because I'm gonna use this pad. I thought to use this pad, so I kind of let it. Make a big shape. Make a big shape. You've
Yeah.
got all these little shapes all over the place. Just
Okay, that's why I have to spray a little more water.
You see, that's what Joe had shown me. Do a big shape. That's what you did, and I didn't, but I need to. How
That's
many
okay.
times I'm gonna need to do this?
I don't care
to
where
see it?
you're painting in whatever you're painting with, it doesn't make any difference. Paint big to small.
Mhm.
And this one's a good start. Look at all this stuff that happened. So you just need some
Some
dark.
dark,
You've
some
already
dark.
got light, you've already got mid-tone, and you can make your dark out of using those two colors together
Right.
if you wanted to do that. That's
Ah.
that's kind of your cool goes back, warm, cool recedes, warm comes forward. So you could do that neutral middle ground like you made the sky.
That's what I need to practice,
Yeah.
to experiment.
Well, that's what this is for. This is
Okay.
the lab. That Mister is the best one I've found.
Yeah, that is the best.
And,
the Locomotive.
and I didn't, I thought it was just a ripoff.
See, that's why I like to come to workshop. Then you try out all different ones. You
Yeah,
find the one on top of your table that you use every Friday is not the best.
yeah, you
kind
can,
of-
somebody here is going to have something that I don't have that works.
Tell me when it's lunch break, then I'll break.
You can just let, well, you need to let some of this dry, so.
Yeah.
If you want to eat, fine. If you don't, if you want to wait, fine. We're gonna start about 12:30, 12:45.
And I go and walk around, get my.
Yes,
exercise.
you can go take a
Walk around
walkabout
my
and
farmer's
see if,
market. Yeah.
see if any other artists are working,
Really?
or go to the farmer's market before
farmer's
they
market.
close.
Saturday, somebody else working?
Have you learned something?
Oh, absolutely.
Good. I hope it's been communicative. That's always an issue when you're well, you know that, when you're working a room.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, this is easy
This is
because
fun.
I can go back and I
This is
can
really,
help
it's
everybody.
exciting. I've never used anything. It's fun.
It's a,
And my style has always been super loose anyway,
uh-huh,
so this gives me
perfect,
a way
perfect.
to use that.
So you can control it. All this stuff, all this stuff, all this stuff, all that, all this, you can see that they're all very
Mhm,
similar.
mhm.
And it really doesn't make any difference whether you're doing cliffs or rocks or snow, or doesn't make any difference.
All right. Let this dry.
Yeah, you could, the wind's not blowing, you could set it out inside if you
Good
wanted,
idea.
out in the sun, or you could just set it back there. We're gonna be doing something different after
Yeah.
anyway.
Put it out.
We're gonna actually follow the, we're actually gonna follow this for our reference. Okay, I'm taking a break. I'm pausing the recording.
So, what is granulation exactly? If you look it up in a dictionary, it might say something like granulate. It is to form or crystallize into grains or granules. The term is not exclusive to the art world. It is also used in medicine or even in the food industry. But of course, we will be focusing on what it means in terms of our artistic process and the supplies we will be using for that process. In the artistic process, the granulating properties are mostly seen in watercolor paints. So they're quite a unique effect you can get using watercolors instead of other paints. Now, to understand this process and this quality of watercolors, we need to go back and look at the basis of a watercolor. Watercolors are made up of pigments. And in order to make watercolor paint from these pigments, the pigments are milled first. Now, based on the type of pigment, the milling process is either easy or a little bit harder, and the results vary. So there will be pigments that are left a little bit bigger after the milling process, and some pigments that will be a much smaller size. Now, as a general rule, small and fine particles will give you less granulation, so resulting in a more smooth and flat painted surface. Whereas larger, heavier, and irregular sized pigments will cause more granulation, and they can bring out some wonderful textured effects. Now, when you lay down a wet watercolor wash, at first the color pigments are suspended in the water of the fluid paint. Now, as the water starts to evaporate, the pigments settle onto the watercolor paper. Now, granulating pigments, due to their size, are heavier than non-granulating pigments, so they sink into the paper under the influence of gravity. Now, no matter what type of watercolor paper you use, you will be able to see the textured effect of granulating pigments on your paper. But results will vary because on the smooth, hot-pressed paper, the pigments tend to do as they please and move around randomly until all the water evaporates. Whereas on cold press or rough pressed watercolor paper, the dispersion of the pigments is slightly more even, and the pigments tend to fall into the low crevices and valleys of the rough surface of the paper. So it's clear that pigments have a great influence on the granulating properties of a paint, but brand and grade of paint can also influence the amount of granulation you see, because the formula tends to vary a lot between manufacturers of paints. Also, student grade paints tend to granulate a little less because the paint formula tends to include less amount of pigments, since pigments is what makes the paint expensive. Now, besides these effects and influences on granulation of your paints, there are also certain colored pigments that have more sedimentary qualities than others. So for example, finding red and yellow granulating hues is really hard, whereas the blues and purples tend to be way more represented. So let's look at a few examples of different granulating paints. I will list what type of paint it is at the bottom of the screen so that if you're interested and you maybe have this color, you can check out how that granulates for yourself. For these swatches, I used cold pressed paper, medium fine. I thought it was still a pretty smooth paper, not as smooth as hot pressed, but it was quite smooth. So that will have an effect on the granulating properties that you see. If I did speed up the footage, I also will show that in the left upper corner, because sometimes it's really interesting to see the way the paint pigments settle into the crevices and how it looks over time. And I didn't want to bore you with 30 minutes of that type of recording, so I sped it up. Now, using this Potter's Pink is a very interesting pigment, I think. This paint is made up of one pigment. It is the PR233, so 233. And it's pretty hard to re-wet actually. So you see me, I pre-wet the paint and I went in, but I still found it a bit too light to really show you guys the granulating properties because boy, this is one granulating
I
paint,
almost got this, but I didn't.
but it is
I
only
painted
comprised of
flowers on it.
one pigment, so you will only see one color that granulates, which we will get to different pigments being used in one paint that granulates next. This Glacier Green is a great example for a two pigment granulating paint. It uses PG50 and PR233, so the same pigment as the Potter's Pink. You can see me apply it and it's more blue, but as it dries, you can see the pink peek out. Also notice the size of granulation difference between these examples that I'm showing you,
I got this one.
and be aware that that is a thing and do your research before jumping in and getting a big tube of a color. Because of all these variations, it can take a little bit longer to really plan out a piece using granulating paints, but it is super worth it. This example is one of my favorites because you can really see the pigments settle into the paper as the water evaporates in the time lapse. So very satisfying. So now that we know what granulation is and what causes it and what influences it, let's look at what it's actually used for in the art community. So I put some examples up on the screen, and as you see, it can be used wonderfully to create texture, and some parts don't need to be super rendered, but you can still get that grainy, gritty textured effect just by using granulating paints, saving you a lot of time, making something look realistic. Now, let's look at what I tend to use.
Okay, now she has this gentle voice, right? And she speaks clearly and slowly. And this surprised me about what she painted. I didn't like any of these paintings, but this, look at what she paints. You will not, at least I was kind of shocked.
Granulation for. I haven't shown it on my channel yet, but this is a piece that I have been working on using a lot of granulating paints. I think besides some white gouache, there's only granulating paints in this piece, creating a lot of texture and grungy looking effects and a creepy feel. As you saw in the examples before, You don't have to go creepy with it, but it is a really nice effect to have on hand if you want to create something that looks a little bit more grungy and edgy than just flat washes. So how do you make your granulating paint granulate as much as possible? Now, we've already mentioned that the type of paper that you use and the type of paint can really affect how granulating something can seem, but we haven't talked about water yet, which is, well, the word says it, about 50% of the whole process. Water control in any painting with watercolor is very important, but especially when using granulating paints, it can really make a difference. As you can see on the screen, using less water, so staying very close to mass tone, will actually result in low granulation.
I got this color
Oh,
because
this is
look at what it
pretty.
does when it spatters.
Or lower granulation than you have
I
when
got that
using
color.
a little bit more water and diluting the paint. Now, something that can also help is, as you can see on the screen here with Moon Glow, actually has 3 pigments in there. It can help if you
That's a
put
great
water
one.
down, then go over it with a wash of your paint and kind of play around with putting the paint down on the paper. So making it heavier in some areas and leaving it out somewhere else. Now, as you can see, if you let it settle for a little bit and then kind of wipe some of the pigments away, you can actually expose some of the underlying colors that otherwise would be hidden. So
This is what I wasn't doing. I wasn't going back and adding water to expose the other colors because this is made up of more than one pigment. It's made up of more than one color. Some of these granulating colors are made up of 3 different colors, and they're all going to have a different density. They're all going to separate.
that can really help you create a stunning piece and with some effects that people are like, how did you do this? And then you can decide whether you share your secret with them or if you want to be mysterious about it and just smile slyly and look away in the distance. Now, I decided to also include an example of this technique with the Tundra Violet by Schmincke, because this is a granulating paint that I own that never ceases to amaze and surprise me because it is so versatile and creates effects that I never even thought were possible. So we put the first layer down and we go back in and deepen that color a little, adding some more pigment to one side of the wash.
There's a hang up in her audio here.
That's okay.
You see the orange start to creep out?
That's one of the kind.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
Just like you say, you cannot clean that. It just
Now going
happens.
back in with a brush and removing the pigment that I put down. And you can see that there's a blue tone under there and a little bit of orange that also disperses to the sides, while the more purple color decides to stay in the crevices more. You can also see that this paint actually lifts quite a bit. You can see the white of the paper right underneath. Mopping up some of that extra excess water. And here I wanted to show you guys what happens if you go in with a dropper tool and just add 1 drop of water to the paint. And you can actually see that the paint itself does magical things with it,
It's a whole
creating
painting.
a lovely, lovely effect. So sometimes just let go and let the paint take over instead of wanting to control every single aspect. The results might surprise you. So the last example of this technique, I wanted to show you guys using the Glacier Green. So the one that had that pink pigment mixed with a green pigment in there. And you can actually see it's very light still. Going back in with some extra pigment and some extra color, you can already see that pink peeking out over there. And as soon as I lay another wash down, it appears more bluish.
That'd be great for painting
Now
Antarctica.
with this example, it
iceberg.
also really illustrates knowing what your paint will handle like, because as you can see, I remove a layer of the paint again, like I did with the last two paints, which looked great. But here it lifts so much of the paint that it actually isn't a nice effect at all, in my opinion, but it might be what you're going for.
Yes.
So the last example I wanted to
got
leave you
this.
guys with in this video is this splatter technique using the Rose of Ultramarine by Daniel Smith that actually uses a pink and a blue pigment. Now, as you can see, when it dries, you can see the separation between the pigments so well, creating a lovely, lovely effect. And with that last example, we have nearly reached the end of this video about granulation. So looking back, what did we learn? Granulation is a unique property to watercolor paints that can make it really easy creating nice textured surfaces. Now, beginners may find this kind of paint more of a challenge, but if you're looking for amazing textures in your artwork, then it's certainly worth investing some time in playing around with granulation and granulating paints. I hope the information in this video was helpful for you. And if you like this video, maybe consider leaving a like or a comment.
I'll send you the link. Yeah, it's being recorded, but I'll send you the link in case you want to see any more videos.
I have to tell you an interesting story about Schmink.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I've never bought Schmincke before.
Oh, you'd love it. Everybody has to hear the interesting story about Schmink.
Oh, yeah.
Every time I would go to Europe with my husband, this is in the 80s, 90s, one of my teachers at Art Center would ask me if I would bring back Schminke because you could only buy it in Germany. You could
Yeah.
not buy it here. And then one year, do you remember in Pasadena, they used to have the what the hell, Tools of the Trade show?
Yeah.
Okay, and so that particular year, for the first time, and I don't remember the date, Schminke was there. And they were all from Germany, and I was talking to them and found out the story. When you have a war, part of the spoils of war is taking away people's rights to their names for their products. Bayer aspirin, it does not belong to the United States, it belonged to Germany, but it was taken from them. Michelob for the beer was taken from them. What's the other? There's an ink that was taken from them. And what happened with Schminke is Grumbacher said, if you will give to us your recipes for your paints, we will let you keep your name and you may produce in Europe, but you may not produce in the United States for 30 years or something. There was a time limit on it. So when I saw them at the Tools of the Trade is when the time limit
Ah.
had finally come off.
I used to love that
And the
show.
reason that my teacher was always having me pick up Schminke pastels and things, super amount of pigment in their paints, heavy pigment. Bright
So now
colors.
they can be sold.
So now they can be sold here, yeah. They were able to maintain their name as long as they didn't sell here for a number of years and gave Grumbacher their recipes. And who uses Grumbacher now?
It's interesting to know now we can get them the good stuff here.
Kunier was the ink that it was taken from. Ooh, cool. Which one is that?
That's the Rose of Ultramarine. I mean, just look at that's.
Oh, you're gonna have
Beautiful.
Yeah, that really is amazing the way it separates.
I know how they can separate when it drops, you know, that.
So if you were spattering a bunch of flowers, that would be the one to
What to
use.
use, yes.
Anyway,
And what was the Tundra one? It was Tundra what?
violet. In fact, they have several Tundra. They have Tundra blue, they have Tundra brown, Tundra green, but I like the Tundra violet. from what
I
saw.
used the lunar one
The lunar blue.
or whatever for mountains and it worked really great.
Yeah.
I
lunar-
got it at,
I
I got
have
it at
lunar
Draft
blue
Age.
and I have lunar black. Anyway, so we're gonna do this guy, and we're actually gonna use this as our reference, and I'll bring it back up. I think I am recording. Want to make sure. Yep. I'm gonna, there's our reference. There's our reference. I'll leave that up there. And I'm gonna paint this one bigger. I'm going to paint it. This is the one we're gonna paint that has multiple techniques in it. 5 or 6 different techniques. And I even added stamping at the end. So I'm not going to continue with that. This one dried out. This one dried out pretty interesting. So what could I do with this? I could put a hawk up there.
Yeah,
No, I could.
and you're done.
And that would, and I'm done. So, but this, I haven't rubbed the salt off yet. This has everything that I want to be interesting. Different diagonals and all that other stuff. Whoops. It's just a piece of paper. No, it was my masterpiece. So I'm going to take this off. So this is the pad that I'm going to use. And this is, I used the other one on Fabriano. This is going to be on Strathmore. It's a little harder sheet. And it will take a lot of abuse.
Should we draw this mountain?
I'm sorry?
Should we draw this mountain?
Yes. Yes, this is the same. I used what I have over here for reference. And you don't have to put in, you just put in the big shapes. You don't have to put in all the little crevices and all that stuff, because we all know that those are going to paint themselves. Okie dokie. So there's my start. And I'm going to use this for reference. And I kind of have I'm going to start my peak. I don't want to put it in the middle. I'm going to start my peak, and I'm going to have it go off there. And then I've got this kind of flat, and then it goes off below the halfway point. And then I'm going to have something coming in over here. And I'm going to make the same mistake that I did on the other one, because I'll show you how to fix it. So there's my mountains, and this is what I'm interested in, and I changed it to this opening. I made this a river that's frozen. So you see some reflections there. This is the bunch of trees to the left. And this is going to be, let's start about there and go up. There's my C curve for the trees. And then that's going to go down here like this, kind of sort of for the river. And I've got this space back here, this white area I want to leave. And so that's as much as I'm going to draw. As much as I'm going to draw. That's just to remind me. I am going to put another peak back here later on, but that's a different part of the technique. So there's my drawing. And it looks kind of interesting, I think. And it's got all my big shapes. It's got a big sky shape. It's got a big mountain shape. It's got tree shape, river shape. That's what I'm going to call it. And I'm going to follow this now for what do I want to stay white. So I'll I'll let you share this between tables.
I have
Okay.
one.
Let you share this between, you have one? Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to rub this candle down, and I'm going to do it fairly aggressively. So I make sure the wax is, don't just do that, you have to rub it. Anyway, so I see this little triangle right here, so I'm going to aggressively rub that down, and I'm just going to make a few marks here. The great thing about this is I don't know what I'm going to get till I put paint on it. I'm going to rub this over here, this little triangle. I'm going to rub that. I'm going to make a slash through here. That's white. I'm going to make a couple of lines through here for a sheen on the ice. I'm going to make a couple of verticals. Some verticals on this side representing the trees. And I'm going to do this little tree light up here, and I'm rubbing fairly hard because the light's coming from the left. And so it's hitting it. These trees will be in shadow. These trees over here will have this little rim light where it's just skimming the top of this hill of trees. I can also take the side of my candle. I can just rub it. I can just rub it a little bit, and that's going to hit the tops of the bumps on the paper. Anyway, that's enough. That's enough on there, I think. Make this one a little bit different than the other guys. So now, once we're done with that, I'll give you a chance to get that done. I'm just going to use my regular set of watercolors, and this is my split primary palette, 2 yellows, 2 blues, 2 reds, and that's all I got. A warm and a cool, a warm and a cool, a warm and a cool. You see it a little better, but I think I'm going to get rid of that. We were painting something else. I don't want that to contaminate it because I'm still using, basically on this painting, I'm still using a cool dominant, but I'm using warm and cool. Again, I'm just using warm and cool, only this time I'm using transparent watercolor. And I am going to use Mr. Braddock. I'm going to have it handy. And I'm going to get some clean water. And my big brush. We're not going to need the spray bottle for this, I don't think. And I'm just going to mix up for my first initial wash. I'm going to use my warm blue, which is phthalo. And I'm just going to, well, I'll wait. I'll wait till everybody's got.
Paper, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
I'm sorry?
Did you wet the paper?
No, I'm not wetting the paper. Paper's dry. Because I want to leave some white on the paper. I'm just going to start with the sky and work my way down. And I'm just blocking this in. This is almost kind of an underpainting. I want to leave some white over here. But I really don't have to do it here. Look, I just swipe right across there. Look at that's where the wax was. And here's where the wax was. I'm going to use my warm blue over this whole thing. I don't have to do that, but see, that's going to leave me the wax. I'm just going to put some brush marks there. And now I'm going to start using Mr. Gravity. Oh no, I dropped my brush. Not a big deal. See how the wax works? There we go. Oh, you can wander. You just wander around. Yes. Who is that? Oh, hi.
I don't have my mask on.
That's fine.
I'm getting my booster the 2nd of December.
That's fine.
Pat said she ordered cards for her, and I was wondering, Lisa made these cards for Jeff, for Peter. They're from a painting of mine.
Okay.
For Peter and Jamie and Noah. And I like the way the cards came out so well. I'd like to reproduce them. And I don't know if Lisa was gonna go to Shutterfly. And I don't know if that's something that you do.
That's not something that I do, but you could do it. Just go to Shutterfly and then you send them an image.
Okay. So
They have pretty complete instructions on there that you can just follow.
okay.
Uh-huh. See, I'm using my other blue now, my cool. I mean my cool blue, which happens to be ultramarine. And I'm building a value pattern here. You can see that, I think, that I'm getting darker as I'm coming forward. And I don't care what's happening here. It's fine with me as far as drips, runs, all that stuff. Look at that beautiful little cauliflower I got from that sky. And I cannot forget, now is the time to salt. I always forget. Also, I want to take,
Can I have your salt when you're done with it?
yes, but first I have to give you this. Oh, come on. Be stubborn. I hate cling wrap. It's too clingy. Oh, come on. I should have had this out before, but I didn't. What I want to do is I want to take a piece of cling wrap and I'll pass it around. And I just want to take appropriate size, but I don't want to go up into here. I just want to go down into these trees. And I'm going to pull, see how I've got verticals? I'm going to pull some verticals in there and let some of the other things happen. And I have.
No, I'll help you.
Oh, thanks.
So it won't here.
Thank
You
you.
gotta do that while it's wet. It's not a big deal for this. But I'm just showing you what you could do, what you could do, what's gonna
Do you
happen.
need another one or?
I'm gonna take a little one for the other side, but it's not gonna make much difference.
Here you go. Oh, you have it. Yeah, I think I do.
Here, you have,
The little one, no. Okay. I have one.
okay. You could use that for that. I'm just gonna do this on the other side. And I'm just gonna pull it so it stays kind of vertical. I just want some texture in there, and you can kind of see what's happening to that. I'm gonna have some kind of fake some verticals for the trees. I don't think that this is going to work, but I could take a little bit of this and I could crinkle it up, and I could put a little bit in these mountains right here in this little spot. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work. It's going to be too dry, but we'll see. Maybe it'll give me a little bit of stuff. So far we've used wax, we've used salt, and we've used plastic wrap, and we've used just regular watercolor. And I'm going to put this back here. I'm going to put a couple of sheets back here in case you run out or you want to try something. There's another piece. Oh, you could make that ice in there. You could do whatever you want. It's just showing what we're actually going to paint over this. And we're also going to, we've already used wax. We're going to paint over it with our watercolor. And we're also going to use stamp at the very end. So that's how these little icy trees were done at the end.
With the exact tone, I sort of remember. Sort of remember.
Yeah, we're going to be covering up most of that plastic, but I just wanted to show you what happens with that. And I am going to go back and I'm going to, I like the way this is happening, this texture. I also am going to go back and make this, the star of my show, this range right here, much darker on this side and a diagonal coming in. Plus, you know, that we can all lift, we can all do all kinds of stuff with this. This is one you can actually work on for a little bit. I've got one more piece back there if anybody needs any.
Do we need to take it outside and dry it?
You could take it outside for it to, I think it's probably
A good idea.
probably still enough.
Follow the leader.
Use the plastic wrap. Good idea.
think mine is small enough. You will do it yourself, right?
Yours is what?
Small enough. I actually, at home, remember in Zoom, I never get the effect. Maybe today, I purposely add another layer of wet.
Uh,
Otherwise, it probably won't work. It doesn't show, but this time it might.
Okay, while we're waiting for that to dry, I hadn't planned on this in this sequence, but I'm going to, remember the colorful mountain that everybody liked?
Yeah, okay, let's do that.
Well, that's drying. We have plenty of time. If anybody needs a sheet of paper, let me know.
Oh, I
Where's
brought a
my t-
lot because
That's, you know, you've been here.
I've been here, you
What's
know,
that?
I mean,
Oh, not painting paper, but I need a little thing for your stamp. I forgot you gave me one, right?
I gave everybody a piece of cardboard.
I
I think I got hungry and ate mine.
I believe you. Because mine disappeared too. Where is it? Another piece. Where is it? I'm gonna get another piece.
Oh, yeah, he put it here and I didn't touch it, so I just left it right there.
So Joe, I didn't have one. Or I
Yeah.
ate it, whichever. I just don't have one. I mean, I looked around.
Okay, but
Maybe you just passed me. and didn't put
No,
me
he
one.
gave it to everybody.
What are you
Yeah, I
looking
thought
for?
so.
here,
She's got one too.
Yeah,
What's
Yeah.
that?
here.
I must give it to the farmer's market person.
Oh, for our stamp.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my biggest thing. Come in here. I have no paper for the stamp.
Okay, I'm going to bring another one of these up. And while that one's drying, we can paint this one. I was gonna paint this at the end, but we can paint it right now. You have this in your, you actually have this in your,
Pen out.
I think, maybe
Okay.
not, maybe not.
I have the whole hand out here, so I'll do it.
No, that's the one I painted. Let me see. Huh. First of all, I need my glasses. I find my glasses. Oh, I know. I'm looking for something specific and there is none that's specific. Because, yeah, let me open it. Open it, please. I'm opening it underneath. Hello. Nope, not there. Just let me open. Well, I don't know why it's not letting me open that, but. Maybe I can find it someplace else. Nope. Well, what the heck? Let me see if it's in the handout. Yes, it is. It's right there.
Oh, the color.
Yeah.
That one? Okay, I
Yep.
think you have a handout. Yep, right here.
Okay, we're gonna use this color scheme
Okay,
Wonderful.
and we're going to paint the same mountain. Or we're gonna use this palette. Okay. Let me make it a little slightly smaller. So you can see it. We're gonna paint this mountain with this color scheme. I don't care whether you paint this mountain or not, but I was just trying to keep apples to apples.
mhm,
So I'm going to draw the same thing that I did the last time. I'm using this as my reference. I'm just going to paint it differently. So here's my a mountain going down and over. Here's my other little mountain, something over here.
You don't
And-
have your camera on.
What?
You don't have the camera on with your drawing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. We can-
That would help. There we go. I'm just doing basically kind of sort of the same thing. And I'm doing my little hill and my river and my other side and that little slash that's coming down through here. And this, I know that's going to stay white. I'm just going to put a very light line there. I'm going to raise that a little bit too. I want this to be a little bit more prominent. So that's why I do these things so that I have my big shapes in, right? Oh, we've heard that before. Anyway, so all I want to do, I'm going to wait till you guys get that sorted out. I'm going to make this over because that was too much in the middle for me. So now it's off to the left. Yay. So anyway, that's my little drawing. So what we're going to do, Paula, is we're going to, while that one's drying, I'm going to start this colorful one, which is, that's the palette, the one on the lower left.
Oh, okay.
And so once you draw it, all I'm going to do is do an underpainting, and I don't care where it goes on the lines, except I know I want this, this part right in here to be light yellow, and it's going to go to pink, and then it's going to go to blue. And I'm going to paint over the whole thing. It's going to be an underpainting. And then once we start going back with mid-tone, the painting will all start to become very dramatic and hold together. So I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to get that drawn. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to paint that light yellow. I'm going to paint pink. I'm going to paint purple. I'm going to paint blue over the whole thing. And I'm going to leave, I don't know if I put gouache in there or not. I probably did at the end, those little white places, just to sting it up. But I didn't draw that one correctly. That one's much better. And don't be shy about, when I say light yellow and pink, you all know what happens. Y'all know what happens with watercolor. It's going to dry lighter. I actually had to go back and go over it because my pink wasn't good enough. Anyway, you have that. These are great. You printed those out.
I printed those out and I look at it and I just said, dear God, I need to go to the workshop, you know.
Yeah.
Grandma, you know, great grandkids, be healthy, be good. Go to Disneyland and enjoy yourself.
Unless you bought the e-ticket, I dare say that going to Disneyland, especially nowadays, thank God my kids are grown.
I wouldn't want to.
I don't want to go to Orlando. I don't want to, we've done all that. I don't want to do that anymore. It's a good memory, I guess, but
It's age, the curve. You're done that.
I've done that.
So-
Been there, done
But
that.
you see, for us, our parents took us, the kids,
Yeah.
and my cousins, and then now my nieces and nephews, they got grown, they're in their 30s and 40s, and now it's the great grandkids. They are from 9 to 2 years old, and so it's just like another circle, another circle, another circle, and my mom is 95, and she still
Oh,
enjoys
God.
the firework and go. So we take her in the wheelchair, but
That's great.
she still goes, and the kids just had a great time, because mom grew up just about 15 minutes from Disneyland, so.
Yep. Yep. And you have to use all your, you have to use all of your, what I want to say, your, it's your pandemic money to go. Hey, we have all this money that we got in the mail. We don't know why, but let's go to Disneyland.
It's just like all the stimulus checks, coming in.
Stimulus, that's
I
right.
didn't get any.
Well, you're rich.
Yeah, you're not eligible.
You're not eligible.
Did you get any, Joe?
Yeah, I just got a check for $1,100 from the state
Yeah.
that I had no idea that I was gonna get. So, have you been paying your taxes? Oh, okay, then you should call.
Well, I think everybody's qualified for the California, they call it Golden State.
No, the purple one, if you got his, I look at his
This one.
hangout, I didn't, this one. No, kind of like that color, yeah.
Is,
But
is
not the
this the
picture,
one?
yeah.
It's not.
She got it printed out, if you look at her table,
Oh, okay.
she's the really organized one.
No, so
Okay.
he sends it, and I just pretty much printed it out.
I look at it, I didn't print it out, I look at it.
My ink is not working right now.
Okay, I am going to just put some, where's my pictorial reference? I'm gonna just put some yellow in there. And I can go all the way down if I want to, and then I'm gonna use my my cool red, and I'm gonna put some pink in there. In fact, I made that mistake before, so I am going to put more pink in there than I thought. That might be a little bit too much, but what the heck, it's going to be really dramatic. And I'm going to go back to the yellow over here. And I'm going to start adding blue as I go down this. I can see that a lot of this goes into shadow, especially on this side. And I want to make sure that it stays in shadow. I want this side to be really hot. I'm going to make some purple out of my warm red, warm blue and my cool red. I'm just going to block that in. Isn't that beautiful, the way that just does its thing? I think.
Which blue was that?
That was ultramarine. That was my my warm blue, or my cool blue. I'm going to add a little bit more of that down here. Went really pretty dark on this side. And cool. And I'm looking at the reference, and I want to add some dark on this side. I'm going to wait for this to dry because I can always melt that off a little bit. And so as I said that, I touch it. soon as I say that, I touch it. Anyway, that's kind of my start. And you notice that I left a lot left in the sky. I'm just trying to establish the mood, and this is all going to dry mid-tone, right? Yep. I'm not painting this one any differently than I painted any of the other guys. You don't have to paint too much in the sky because that's going to be pretty blue. I just wanted to clean off the brush to make it a little bit different. And that's going to dry back to a pretty cool mid-tone and light. So I've got 2 out of my 3 values.
The first blue is not up on the radar. Did you use the other blue at all?
No, I don't think I did. I mixed ultramarine with my cool red to get the purple.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that little spot right there is still ultramarine. I'm going to pick that blue back up down here, but I want it to dry first. So I will give you some time to do that. This is just taking advantage of watercolor. It's a lot of wet watercolor. But you can see how I'm starting to establish the light. In fact, I'm not even sure that that's going to be pink enough, but I'm going to leave it alone. When I first put that pink on there, I went, ah, but now,
The sky is pink?
no. Look at the reference. I'm setting it up.
Oh, but the sky, what color is that on top?
Don't worry about that. You don't have to paint that at all. I was just washing the brush out.
Oh, you're washing the brush.
Yeah. You're gonna cover all that up anyway, so.
Oh, okay, so don't worry about it.
We're just doing a normal watercolor. I'm going to darken this whole thing up so that looks like it's twilight and light lit up. Oh, what did I do with that? There it is.
So Joe, how's your wife doing since she's out of the hospital?
She's been doing great. She went to the store yesterday and bought $400 worth of groceries.
You know, it's
She's
inflation.
going to do Thanksgiving. I thought that was out. I was trying to figure out, okay, do I get a honey baked ham? Do we go out? Do we have Chinese?
But she's gonna cook.
She's gonna cook.
Oh,
Wow.
And Christmas dinner and Thanksgiving dinner are the 2 big. We're gonna eat for 3 or 4 days after that.
That's good.
what was she in the hospital for?
She had breast cancer and she had the surgery about a month ago, and then she started her first round of chemo, and she had an extreme reaction to it, with one out of 10 people have. Anyway, so they weren't monitoring her, especially for the first treatment. How are you going to react? And so then we ended up taking her to the ER they admitted her for 4 or 5 days. The next day, they told her she had kidney failure because of the chemo.
Yeah, uh-huh,
And everybody went
Yeah.
out of left field. And so then they finally, kidney specialist, blah, 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 blah. They said that you are going to recover from it. You're not going to need dialysis for, she's thinking, oh, great, dialysis for the rest of my life. Anyway, she's going to recover and there wasn't any damage so far that
mhm.
they found. So she came home Wednesday and showered off the hospital, got dressed in real clothes. And then the next day goes to the store.
Well, that's good, because you
Yeah.
need to keep moving. The thing is, Joe, they don't monitor enough. Anytime she complained about any little thing, I would go and call the doctor to do that.
We tried. She was unavailable. We kept trying.
No,
I've been on
I-
hold 2 hours.
They are unavailable, but I'm with Kaiser. It's just that we talk to anyone and everyone, the nurse, and then when the serious, not they are the one able to get the doctor to talk to you.
And
But
she
you
said,
got to monitor, because that chemo does anything. My mom went blind because of the chemo.
yeah, chemo is just,
And but she had surgery afterwards. Now she could see, but that's after night surgery, but got to monitor as soon as any,
in my view, the oncologist just completely dropped the ball. So she is no longer her doctor.
yeah, fire him and get the new one.
Yeah, and now she needs plan B because it's not gonna be chemo. It's immunotherapy or radiation or something else. And she'd already had the surgery, and so the chemo was preventative. It wasn't curative, it was preventative.
Preventative,
So,
yeah, that chemo it zapped you, and then years later, you just find out different things is falling apart.
yeah. Anyway, and also now she put in a bed last night to get 2 4-month-old puppies.
Yeah, you've been trying
been
that.
trying-
She's
Oh,
a great
you're the
gal.
one
She is
getting the labradoodles.
This is a great gal.
Yeah, she needs that, because my 2 little guys, they're senior doggies now. They keep me alive.
No news is not good news in this case, because she hasn't texted me, said,
So
yes, she got back to me, we got her.
You've got 2 puppies. If you decide you
She
don't want
hasn't,
one, I want one. I
she-
want one of those if you don't want.
she hasn't texted me back to say that
Oh,
we've got the dogs.
I'll tell you what, I will dog sit for you anytime.
I already want one of them if he doesn't want both of them.
Well, I tell you,
She's feeling good though. She's gotta be feeling better. I'm amazed with this Thanksgiving dinner though. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's one of everything,
Oh,
that's
This is
great.
from grandma, blah, blah, this is from Nana, this is
oh,
from,
I know.
this recipe's from blah, 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 and it's tradition. Gotta have it.
Good for her. Good for her. That's fabulous.
Yeah, she wanted a puppy, she wanted 2, you say, have 4, honey.
Yeah. Let's see, this is,
You're with Kaiser.
I'm with Kaiser.
Where?
Oh, I've been with Kaiser my whole, time in California. Right now I live in Thousand Oaks. So it's Kaiser in Thousand Oaks. I could go to the hospital in Willow Hill or Simi Valley or here.
Oh, I thought you meant you were a nurse with Kaiser.
Oh, no. Yeah.
No, I go to Kaiser. I have a new hip. I went in and I got a new hip. I came home and I had no pain at all.
You see, a friend of mine did that. She said it was amazing.
It was amazing.
It was
I was
amazing.
hiking and I had no pain.
Mhm.
So I thought they seem to have the hip down pretty well.
Well, they do. But the thing is, people so worried because all they hear is people have complications. But they need to know it's individual. Some people react differently
You're right.
or heal differently because of their immune system.
I agree.
I've got to get a knee.
but I put it off because of the pandemic.
Well, that was with the hip, you know, I had
Yeah, I did put-
arthritis in my hip and I was limping. And when I went into my doctor, finally, when everything was beginning to settle, she sent me for x-rays and I got a call the next day and an appointment and a new hip. Isn't that wonderful? When they actually find out something needs to be fixed, they'll tell you. You could complain all you want. There's no substance, they won't. And that's good thing about it. That was good. But the knee is a little more complicated, I think.
Well, it just collapsed
You know,
and then,
that's my husband has
and
one
then
like that.
but this is a few years ago, and then I've done the exercises and I got the MRI and the orthopedic surgeon said, well, we'll schedule it. And then as it got closer to that time, he said, well, your exercises must be helping you. He said, you'll know when the time will come, but he said, you're gonna have to have it
I guess
replaced.
that was the way with this deal.
So,
Yeah.
I was feeling it today when I was walking to the farmer's market. I go,
It's the deal that they didn't tell us, but it happens.
thank God they can do something
Yeah,
about it.
that's what I think. My grandmother sat in the front porch in the rocking chair. Now I know why. If you have arthritis, that's what you do. Anyway,
Do you think ours are dry?
Yeah, I pulled mine off and it's dry enough to make a mark.
Okay.
Whether you choose to use those marks or not, we'll see. Yeah, I'm not going to take a chance on the salt yet, but I got a little bit out of here, but not enough. I'm going to cover a lot of that up. But the next thing I'm going to do is paint a dark mid-tone. And if you can see this color, I make my purples out of my ultramarine and my quinacridone rose. That's my cool red. That's my warm blue. In fact, I'm gonna need a little bit more of that. Let's see if I actually put it on. I just bought this too. I find that I'm having, for me, I'm having success painting with this split primary palette, the warm and cool of each primary.
Joe, you need to put your painting right in the center of your screen, please.
And the what?
Well, we're missing a little part on the left.
I know, but I'm not going to paint there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'm
that's
not
what she
painting
said.
that. So here's what my painting looks like.
Okay, and that's a reasonable.
Yeah, that's what my painting is going to look like. Or looks like. I'm gonna wait. Oh, everybody's here. Okay, cool. I'm just put this over here to show you that I'm going to make some bluish purple, which I've kind of already got right here. Now, if I want to make that grayer, which I am, I'm going to take that ultramarine and I'm going to mix my warm red, my CAD red light with it. You see how I can make brown very easily? I'm going to add a little more blue because I want it cool biased. So now I've got a cool biased neutral. So now I'm going to just start painting in some of this light that's happening. The light's coming from the left, it's coming from up here. So I am going to start carving in these mountains.
I'm
And you
sorry,
can-
what did you do? It was blue and.
I used ultramarine, and for this color, I used ultramarine and my warm red, which is cad red light, which will make a brownish kind of, it'll be purple, but it'll be a neutral, more neutral purple. And now I'm going to go over that wax and break it up a little bit and leave some of that beautiful blue. I just want this ridge line across here, and I'm using a flat brush. And I want to pick that up a little bit and just have it go off. And you can see that I'm running into this wax. I put some wax along this ridge line too. It's kind of cool. So that starts to break that up, and it starts to look mountainy. I'm going to wash that out just a little bit. Keep that blue happening. And some of this wax, I'm not going to keep because it's too, I want to break it up a little bit. So anyway, I'm starting back to front, and now I'm just painting to make form out of this. And the way I can break this, I'll do this at the end. I'm going to make this into some gouache by adding some white paint, but I could use a little thicker paint and start, see how I can actually go back and I can get rid of some of that wax to make it a little bit more organic, if you will. Because I didn't know what was happening when I put down the wax until I put paint on top of it. So that starts to look pretty decent to me as far as form. I'll wash out a couple little edges. And now I can take that same kind of color, and I can take this pattern that I have from, in fact, I'm going to use a different brush. I can use my wax as a guide. And I'm going to start making some trees. Some trees. I'll put some pine trees over them, but I'm just doing some negative painting.
Was that the same blue or dark color?
It's the same color I just used up there. So I'm just using, I'm just following the pattern of what this plastic wrap gave me. I'll go back, I'm going to go back over it, but for right now, I kind of like what it's giving me. I'm just bringing it out. I'm bringing out those trees. And this is just kind of an exercise. So we can, so you'll learn more from doing this whole thing. Gonna make a little limb go behind. This little limb is going to go behind, and it can go even up and split off. So you can see that I'm making a little forest kind of thingy. That's not going to be my final, but I'm going to take some of that warm red again and some of that, it's way too much red. Cool it off with some blue. I just want a warmer biased neutral, kind of a purpley kind of brown. And now I'm going to start getting just a little darker. I'm going to start putting in some trees. And the shape of this river. I'm going to leave some of that blue show through. That blue is great showing through. There's a pine tree. Here's some wax here. I can take my palette knife and go back right into those trees. Kind of cool. I just want to warm this up a little bit as I come forward. It's more about the value than anything else. I'm getting darker and darker. Just want to do anything I can to make a suggestion of trees. I like the way the blue peeks through. Starting to work. I'm going to keep going over this spot. See how I just covered up that piece of wax right there just because I went over it again. It'll eventually kind of disappear. I actually don't mind that mountain over there.
the dogs, the puppies, they're home.
Hello? Who? Oh, hey, Steve, how are you?
Sorry, Paula, it's not the puppies.
Yeah, let me call you later. I'm in the middle of a workshop. Oh, that's fine. No, 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 I appreciate it. I'll call you later. Thank you.
What's that?
That was my, my doctor friend. I'm sure, my wife just wanted to be, I just want to be alone. I don't want any calls. I don't want any candy. I don't want any flowers. I don't want any of that. So anyway, you can kind of see what I've been putzing with. So I've just been building a form. I've just been building. So this is a little different than the other one, and that's fine. I think this one is going to be work out to be kind of cool. Put a little bit dark right through there and maybe through there. Well, it's still wet. And what I have left to do is to do two things. I want to make that mountain higher. So how do I do that? And I want to make that, I want to make it more dramatic. I want to make that this part where I want you to look much more visible. Much more, what I want to say, obvious. And I've kept the sides of this pretty quiet. There's not much stuff going on there. So that was my goal. I just don't want it to be wallpaper. I want it to bounce around a little bit, up and down. And so I'm fairly satisfied with that. It looks kind of like, sort of like that it's a mountainside with a bunch of trees on it. And I'm going to soften this because I don't want everything to have a hard edge. So there's a little atmosphere in there. So, but I think I have the form. I think you can tell better from the monitor than you can from that. That's a little, it always gets a little too hot. But anyway, I'll give you some time to get this far, a few minutes. Cool.
I don't think my paint can go over the wax when I use it.
You kind of have to force it. Like I'm going to force this a little bit here. I'm going to keep going over it. I'm going to scrub it a little bit. You see how I made that push that back? Sometimes when I do this, when I've done this in the past, it's I want to kill this big white blob because I can add more trees later. Oxnard. So you can see that I'm gonna let that dry a little bit, and then I can go. I've already killed a lot of that, and I just want those white trees, but I didn't want them so prominent, so I just went over it. I also went over this guy, and I've killed that compared to the whiteness here. I don't want that to be so much contrast there. And I broke these guys up. You can always do that with gouache too.
Once you got gouache, then you can put paint on top of it.
Yeah, you can always put paint on top of it. So I'm going to make a stamp because I'm going to need that for the foreground. So I'm going to use my knife and I'm going to use it backwards. I'm not going to cut, I'm going to gouge. Well, I am. That's what's there. What did you want to do?
Be nice.
No, I'm asking. I'm serious. Did you want to do some other kind of stamp?
No, I'm just doing what you're doing. So.
Yeah, okay. I'm just doing one of the little trees because that fits my that fits the motif that I'm painting. And I don't need to go crazy with it. I just want something, this could be weeds. This could be just stuff going on. I'm not going to use this yet. I'm not going to use this till the last part. And after I have gouged this, just take your fingers and rub off the excess paper and feel it.
Yeah, I'm making a list of stuff that I'm missing. I'm gonna have to borrow that
Yeah, that's fine.
later.
Here's what I did. I gouged this like this with the side of the knife blade, and I just carved out a little tree.
Okay.
So that's going to be my pattern.
Oh, going up. Okay.
And I'm not going to do that till the end anyway. Sounds like Santa's little workshop. By the way, I found something that if you want to take the salt off, which I think is dry, I'm not going to use my hand. I'm going to use a paper towel because in case something is damp under there, the paper towel is going to soak it up. So I'm just going to rub it lightly just to see first. And now I can listen to it and say, okay, now the salt is gone because I can't hear Sand, I can't hear the grit anymore. Ooh, that has such a nice little lenticular cloud on top of there, but I'm gonna destroy it. Hey, you're wearing your golden apron.
I'm wearing my golden apron. I can't remember.
Anybody else need a knife?
Oh, yeah.
Corey at the graphics gave it to me.
Ah. I haven't seen Corey lately. I think he just works on the weekends.
I haven't been to graphics lately.
Oh, I stop by there almost every week.
Graph Age is my new hardware store.
I love it.
Do you go supervised or unsupervised?
Unsupervised.
Oh, God.
I like to get a stove and visit it.
It's dangerous.
I know, that's why now I don't use my card. I just go to the bank, get my cash, and when it is gone, then you know what? That's my allowance.
Was that you or me, Paula? It wasn't me. I will double check. I don't think so. Maybe I don't need to know. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Unknown caller. Well, sometimes it's students. Oh, no.
How we doing on water? Have a beautiful weekend. Okay, I'm going to turn this thing. No, I'm not. I'm just going to use gravity. And I'm going to wet, oops. I'm going to get some clean water. We're going to be doing the same thing I'm going to do right now to the other one too. So what I'm going to do is, although I like this the way it is, I'll show you. I am going to use some water, and I'm going to wet down to here and then up, and not all the way over. I don't want to do that. But what I want to do is I want to start dropping in some dark, and I want it to all kind of go down here. See how that brought that light out?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted to do. And I want it to be kind of irregular, but it made that, it's going to make that. In fact, I'm going to make that a little darker by using that red and that blue. I'm going to neutralize that blue a little bit so it gets darker. And then I'm just going to let that do its thing. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to try to be kind of careful with it. I'm going to wash this edge out. I don't want to ruin my salt. So that's, in fact, I'm going to put a little bit on the other side here to make this mountain stand out a little bit more. That little bead right there is going to take a little bit to dry, but it's going to be worth it. Because now I have someplace to look. I'm looking at that slope right there. I'm going to run this back and forth a little bit and then let it run down toward the bottom where it'll be the darkest along that edge. So that gives me the drama that I was looking for. In fact, I think I'm going to just take this and brush it out a little bit so it's not quite as contrasty as this. I'm going to give this a quick little shot with my mister just to blend it out a little bit more. A little blend and blot. Yeah, still got a little wisp of something there. Not as much salt in the sky this time. I don't know why. It's all a mystery to me. And I could put a little red cabin right there if I wanted.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I grew up in a little red house at the edge of the forest of Norway.
Yep. I am not ready for the stamp yet. I've got to do one more little thing.
Borrow your white tomato.
Somebody has it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. By the way, you can also use a white pencil. What did I do with it? You could use a white pencil to go back and put a few little things in if you want. You could put a few tree limbs if you want.
Is that your gel white pen?
No, this is just a Prismacolor white pencil, just to show you. That's another thing that you could do. See, I just used the palette knife to make a scrape there, and it added a little bit more dimension to it. And I put a little red something down there, and I also used a little teal around it, which I haven't used, just to show you the possibilities. Okay, so I haven't used the stamp yet, and I'm not going to until the very end. Thank you. Anyway, I goofed. I want this mountain to be a little bit taller and have a little more presence in here. So I am going to take my palette knife, and I'm going to put some paint on it. I'm going to put some white paint on my palette knife like that, and see if I can actually do this. Sometimes it works. Anyway, I'm going to, there we go. I just put another mountain back there. And the reason I wanted to use the palette knife is because it is not going to cover quite as much as a brush would. It's going to let some of that show through that background. So anyway, that was actually pretty easy to do. I could put another one right here if I wanted to. Just a little something going on. And I could actually go back into this. I could drag across and make some texture, especially with that salt. There you go. I just wanted a little something going on in there. Now it has a little more depth for me. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to leave it alone. So I made my stamp, and I made my little handle on the back of it. And so now I'm just going to take and lightly stamp and blot some little ice trees, appearance of. This may be a little bit small, but that's okay. I'm just going to take my white paint and I'm going to just cover this with white paint. And that might not be enough, but I'm going to stamp it. I'm going to blot it a little bit. And now I can blot some of those little ice crystals, trees kind of things happening.
Wow. Yeah.
It just gives a little more fun. Something.
Can I get a little bit? I mean, with your brush, so with my brush. Is this your brush?
Yeah.
That way we don't wait.
I'll use this brush too then.
Anyway, I could spritz that a little bit and it's going to melt it off slightly. Or I could just leave it like, I'm just going to leave it like it is. Anyway, just adds a little something, I think.
Oh, it does.
So you can, I can save this stamp because it's only been used once.
But you could still scrape some more though, right?
Spray some what?
Reinforce the lines if you lose it.
Yeah, or just learn from that one and make a new one.
You want to leave this here?
Yeah, thanks.
Wash it.
I'm gonna put a little white right there.
Doesn't work for me at all.
Oops, I gotta have that tree there. I gotta have that tree there because of the reflection. There we go. Anyway, so there's a whole ton of different techniques. As I said, I could mist it, not spray it, but just mist it, just a tad. So that's going to melt that just a tiny bit. Take the tape off and see what we got, make some final adjustments. And so we kind of got a little, our little mountain scene. I did put a little something back there.
That painting doesn't look that bad without my glasses.
No, look at them small. I can't even tell what paintings are.
Oh, yeah.
That's how gallery people used to look at them. They used to look at a sheet of slides,
Oh, yeah.
when they could even hold them upside down. They're that big, and then they see, oh, look at that. That's kind of cool. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of cool. It's usually,
I finally learned how to put the dark.
yeah,
in
it's
the
usually,
medium.
you should concentrate on where am I gonna put my darks. I think these darks are kind of in the right spot. I could have a little more drama here, but I don't want to. I want it to be kind of atmospheric. So anyway, and they all turn out different. But that's a wax, salt, plastic wrap, using your palette knife literally as a tool to put paint on, stamping,
Mm-hmm.
little negative painting. I did say wax, I think.
Yeah, you have wax. Uh-huh.
And then just light, mid-tone, dark, and I left a bunch of holes for interest, but they're not getting in the way. It's not too busy, I don't think.
That's why I put it outside, make sure the white gets dry.
Yeah. Anyway, I kind of like the way this kind of blends into the mountain behind. I could do this because that's the shadow side. I could just take a little paint away from here. And so that's going to make this show up a little bit more. So I even got more depth by doing that. So it pushes this off so it gets out
Mhm.
of the center.
Wow.
Anyway, it's kind of fun.
It is fun.
Do that. This one looks even icier because I did not use as much of that warm neutral, that red. But it doesn't make any difference. It's just. What the heck did I do with that? I know it's here someplace. Oh, there it is. Okay, on this guy, all we have to do is put in the dark. So I'm going to give you till 2:30, another 10 minutes. Is that enough? Or you want to do this one and then? I don't think you guys are done with that. This one.
I've already,
Have you stamped it?
I already stamped. It's a big flop failure. The whole white thing is over here.
I
have to
told
wash
you, I
out.
told you guys at the beginning.
I
This
learned
is
from every
a
mistake.
lab.
Too
Push
much.
it. Yes, it's a
No,
lab. Push it.
Yeah.
I had a Georgia O'Keeffe moment, that's it.
There you go. Good.
Okay, I'm ready for this one.
Yeah, I'm ready for this one too.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I'm ready for this.
Okay, then this is kind of the way that turned out. You can see it better.
Georgia O'Keeffe.
You can see it better a little closer, but anyway.
And this is, I think I'm done here.
You what?
I think I'm done.
I think you're done. Yes, be done. Anyway, so that's that guy. That back here with the dump pile.
Let me see your Georgia.
I mean, I think that's.
I think
Oh,
this is beautiful.
is that Georgia O'Keeffe or no?
That really is a Georgia.
Okay, we're back to this guy. And I don't need to stamp anymore. And so I'm going to do the same. I'm going to kind of do the same thing I did to this one. And this time I think I'm going to use a dagger brush. I'm going to use this dagger brush to do most of the trees with. So let's mix up some dark. Let's mix up some dark. Again, I'm going to use that blue and I'm going to use that warm red. And I'm going to make it on the cool side compared to what I'm looking at right there. And let's see.
Which red you're using?
Cadmium.
I'm gonna start putting in my darks in here. Just start filling the space. Okay, so there's a tree, here's a tree, here's another tree, here's a tree. I'm just going to fill in this dark around the corner here. Put in a few little. And I'm going right to my darks. I'm going to let this mid-tone show through. I'm just blocking this in. I'm going to put a few of those while I have that color. I'm going to put a few of these trees back here. And maybe a little something. I'm going to start building this, but I'm going to stop in a second because I want to put in some of this color kind of washed down in these mountains. Start building some form. And I'm using the side of my brush. See how I'm using the side of my brush to get that texture, that mountain kind of look. I'm gonna fade it out a little bit there. I love that purple showing through. So I'm going to let it. This building volume could be some trees, bushes, whatever. They kind of look tree to me. It's pretty much done. A little dark in the corner.
Hey,
Want this darker down here. This is in shadow on that side of the river anyway. Maybe hit that with a little blue in here. Kind of cool. And maybe a little blue in here. And I am going to have to put all of this in shadow. All this is going to be in shadow down here because the light is coming at a low angle. So that would be in shadow. While that's still wet, maybe I can put a few little detail in there. And in fact, maybe a couple little, oh, that's kind of cool how it just hits the wet part. So it skipped. Kind of cool. And when you get this far, then I'll, yeah, I'll leave it alone. When you get this far, then I'll wait and then we'll put in the sky, which is going to make this whole thing really sing. See if I can't get some clean quinacridone rose. And that's going to dry back too. Make it more dramatic. And melt some of those edges. That's kind of cool. So the top of my page is completely dry. Completely dry. All I was doing was putting in mass.
Where's the, oh, the other one's outside. It's wonderful, thank you.
Oh, you gonna leave?
No, I'm kind of bringing you know. This one.
It's fine, if you want to. So anyway, I'm building a drama. I'm already building kind of drama, I think. Hey, I timed it perfectly. I'm almost out of my pumpkin spice, my
Oh, good.
not
Yeah.
my grande. I refuse to say that crap. I say, give me a large. Oh, you mean grande? No, they stopped doing that.
That pumpkin spice is kind of grow on you.
I know.
They make that pumpkin spice cookies now at Ralph. $4 for 6
those
of them.
are
Aren't they
good.
wonderful? Oh my gosh. My groomer came over to groom my dogs yesterday. And, you know, I say, could I make you a cup of coffee? It's kind of early in the morning, I think. She said, oh yeah, almost done. So I make, you know, half window to make her a cup of coffee. And I just say, well, this cookies looks good. but if I don't let her have them, I'm gonna eat them all. So I took her down and she ate it and she said, oh, those are just wonderful. It's called pumpkin spice. It was just, it's just this time of the year.
You
know,
had to
just
tell
like
me
going
that, didn't
to
you? Now
South-
I have another stop to make on my way home.
What, did Ralph's for pumpkin spice?
Yeah,
cookies?
it's that route, pumpkin spice.
Can't
A
get
good
enough.
thing is they only have coming 6 in the package, so you couldn't overdo it.
Yep,
You wanna make
I could.
bets?
Oh, goodness, Joe.
Okay, I'm going to put this guy in, then I'm gonna let you guys finish up and ask questions.
What is the meaning of life, Joe?
Oh, yeah.
But my question,
I'm just gonna paint this whole sky with basically ultramarine. I'm gonna try to leave a little interest.
Okay, so ultramarine it is.
Yep.
So,
And I'm just gonna wet the whole darn thing, but I'm gonna use paint to do it. And this is the kind of the important part here.
So did you wet the sky?
No, what did? No, I'm wetting it as I'm painting.
Oh, okay.
I just want to make sure I have the right shape. That's gonna be okay, I think. So now I've got that blue color. And now I want to make it pretty dark. So I can see my light. That was the important thing. I can see how that lit that whole thing up. And I'm going to use a purpley kind of color. Make purple.
Where did you add the burgundy color or the rest of the picture? That's you.
I know I'm ignoring it.
I have
the same, imagine.
It'll shut up in a
I
minute.
make, mine makes the same noise.
You get so many calls from just idiots.
Well, we still have a landline. We don't understand. That's
Oh, that's sad.
I think I've had the last person in the group that has a landline.
It's pretty important.
Well, that's my husband said it's important to keep your landline.
My sky sucks. Really bad.
I ruined my whole. Somehow I went to the desert. You guys are all up in the mountains.
Actually, I kind of like that orange color. So I think I'll just keep it that way. And that will dry back. And if I wanted to, I am going to mix up some gouache. I'm going to mix up my phthalo, and I'm going to make it fairly dark and washy, runny. And I just want to put in a few little
White trees.
things up here. Indicate something. I'm going to kind of blot those and rub those a little bit so they're there but not there. A little bit of that color right there. This is my my multicolor painting. Just for fun.
Okay, look at what Joe taught me today.
Good.
Good. Not sure about the teal, but I'll live with it and see what happens
Hello.
when I look at it tomorrow.
Listen, I'm at a watercolor workshop. Nothing. I was just texting you. And I'll be home in about an hour or so.
I'm gonna add a little white. Perfect. Okay, so that's the same kind of mountain, same mountain that we've been painting, same painting we've been painting, only it's different atmosphere, different color palette. I'm gonna have to put some dark right through here. I think. And let's see. Yep. A little dark right here. When that goes over, I think I'll just leave it alone. So tempting to keep painting stuff. And let's see, what could I do to this? There we go. Moon over Yosemite. Or something, some mountain someplace. Moon's coming up, sun's going down.
You know, the sun go down so fast.
I know.
There was something important. It was my daughter, but she knew, or she just forgot. I had a workshop. That is important. No, it wasn't. It was nonsense over Thanksgiving.
Oh, my goodness.
So this actually has, looks better in the monitor.
Oh, wow. I need to take a picture of that.
I like
Oh,
your
This is probably the simplest one that we've done, but it's,
Joe just seconds that.
Oh, it's a nighttime scene.
well, it's twilight. We've got that shaft of that rake of light.
beautiful, but you did.
Oh, my gosh.
But
Take that,
I'll
to
put
put
a
that,
ring in
put
it.
that on you. Let me take a picture of you and that picture and I give it to Bobby and Pam and to tell them, say, eat your heart out, girls. There we go.
Anyway, that's the simplest one that we've done and actually, and so it took us a while to get warmed up, took me a while to get warmed up. So this was less is more.
There.
Oh, there you go.
It's perfect.
Your palette is really amazing.
My palette? It is. Right? It just looks so wonderful. I mean, anyway, what's yours?
Oh, I put mine is always in the process of being updated.
See, this is the color. Lemon yellow.
That's what I should do.
Lemon yellow is your yellow green.
This comes to the rescue again.
There you go.
Red violet. Copium is your red. Then you have violet. And ultramarine is your blue violet. Cobalt is blue. Phthalo is a treat. Okay.
Thank you.
If you want to email me.
I just, this is,
And
you know,
these are little prize, there's little prizes in between. But basically, it's the color wheel.
that's nice. That's very,
And then
then you know, then you know.
oh, yes, also, if it's, if you don't have color wheel, you've got things opposite each other. When you're, yeah.
Very, very interesting. Very useful.
Oh dear. Okay, well, Joe, that was completely and totally frustrating, but
It was a wonderful frustration,
it
isn't
was
it?
fun.
But better than being stuck in traffic.
Well, that's true. I like the acrylic
No, I love the acrylic.
things, yeah.
Well, there are several things that we did today, so
And you know what? I'm gonna experiment with these watercolor inks, whatever the heck they are.
Where did you get yours? Did you order yours or?
Oh no, I'm technologically impaired
Oh, yeah,
and I'm not happy about ordering things online.
okay.
But I got my acrylic ink set, believe it or not, at Michael's.
At Michael's,
This is
okay.
amazing. I'm off to Michael's.
You just never know what you're gonna find there.
No, you don't.
At Michael's, good. How about Hobby Lobby?
No,
Anyone?
nope, against my religion.
Okay.
Oh,
Absolutely. Hobby Lobby is very political and I am not going to give them my money. I work too hard for it.
Okay, I'll go to Michael's. There's one in Thousand Oaks.
Yeah, the one, that's where I went, the Thousand Oaks, the one on Lindero Canyon.
Yeah, isn't that the
Right.
wonderful one?
Yeah,
Yeah, I get most of my art supplies there. They are wonderful.
that's because they might be providing stuff for Joe's class. And they might carry different, you know, their buyer might be buying stuff for Cal Lutheran.
Oh,
good point.
Is what I'm saying. That's why you'll find different things at that Michael's than you might at another Michael's.
okay. But I always shop at that one because I always could find something.
always.
Always.
Always, I invest my money in Michael's.
Yeah,
Just like I invest my
I
money in
give
the
you
farmer's
permission
market.
to give money to Michael's.
Do you have Michael's stock?
I always, I just say I get whatever, the farmer's market, I support locally. And I enjoyed it.
No, Hobby Lobby, and it doesn't matter what your politics are, gave an enormous sum of money to Donald Trump, and I will not buy anything from them. They need their head screwed on right.
Well spoken.
Well, Chick-fil-A is another one. Both of those companies are Texas corporations, by the way. So is Michael's.
Michael's is cool.
Michael's is cool.
Okay, what's the cardinal rule in here?
What do you think? Do you think these are like Dr. Martin's?
No,
Watercolor
they're not
inks?
Dr. Martens. Dr. Martens are not acrylic ink.
No. These are those watercolor inks.
Oh, I have no idea.
I have no
Did you
idea.
use them? No.
I'll
I
experiment
have no
with them.
idea. I have not a.
Oh, have you ever used them? I have never used them.
No, but they were in the right colors.
So,
But these turned out okay. See, these blues, this blue was a little bit different than the blue Joe was using, and this was burnt umber rather
Right,
than whatever it was.
right.
The white was white, so.
Okay. Let me close this one.
This is what they looked like in Michael's. They're in a box.
well, that's pretty cool.
And there's also a red
Are
and
they pricey? I'm sure they are.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I'm sure they are.
That's just the deal.
Wow, I have to say, Dr. Martin saved the day.
Okay, I'm going to stop the recording
Yes.
unless
Thank you.
I'm going to stop the recording.